It's 7 o'clock. I officially call this meeting to order. Will everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, roll call. Ms. Martinez?
Counselor Daniel,
Present.
all counselors present and a quorum has been declared.
Thank you. Okay, up next on the agenda, we have the agenda approval. Ms. Sanchez?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. As anticipated, given the large number of residents that we have here tonight, and what we've done customarily in the past is we would sometimes move items up in the agenda to prevent them having to sit through other business that may not be of interest. And so I would recommend that we move item 2, which is the update on the police chief process, to follow item B, the Planning Commission annual update. So if council so agrees, you could make a motion with that change.
Okay, Counselor Vihil?
I so move with that recommendation.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, please start voting.
Counselor Daniel,
Yes.
the motion carried unanimously.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Martinez. Thank you, council. Up next, we have citizen comments. This is the segment of the agenda to where those of you who have filled out comment cards, we will allow you to come up to the podium and speak about whatever you would like to speak about. We will have a 3-minute time limit, as we always do. I can assure you that I ask and I hope that you keep your comments to within 3 minutes. If you're still talking at the 3-minute mark, I will politely ask you to end your comments at that time so that the next person can go through and make their comments. Here in the city of Alamosa, we run a real respectful meeting to where we respect people's voices. We allow them to speak. During our audience coming up here, we ask that you don't cheer, you don't boo, you don't clap hands or anything like that, so that all of the council and staff have the opportunity to hear everything that a person is saying. We do ask that you be mindful, thoughtful, respectful, not disruptive, and try not to use any type of vulgar language. If we see that anyone's in the audience being disruptive and trying to disrupt our official meeting, there are consequences to those actions. Fortunately, we haven't had to deal with that in the past, and we're hoping we're not having to deal with that tonight as well. But I just want everyone to know how we run our city council meeting here. So the first person I have who have filled out a comment card is Ms. April Gonzalez. Please come up to the podium. The microphones, please make sure that you put the mics close to your mouth so that people can hear you that are on Zoom, okay?
Okay, my name is April Gonzalez. I live here in the city of Alamosa. I wanted to make sure that I told you guys where I think my tax dollars should be prioritized, because I know you guys are stretching money between a lot of different things. For me, it's public safety. That's where I want money going. I want to feel safe in my hometown. I do not. I was born and raised here, and it is not the same as when I was a teenager or as a young parent. Now, sadly, I'm an older parent. It's definitely not the same. The loss of your chief of police, Kenny Anderson, is a huge loss to this city. You lost an advocate that places people over politics. He is the kind of person who stands up and will say whether or not something is doing a disservice to our community. An exact example of that is with DA Payne. That was not an easy path to go down, yet he went down it to better our community. This is the person that you lost. I wanted to talk about the call data that was reported in the paper. So somebody comes by our house a few times a week, checks, makes sure all of our cars are locked, usually around 2 or 3 in the morning. I highly doubt that you guys want me to call the police every time that we're up trying to catch this individual. We get the recording off our camera, we send it to the police. So, and my guess is too, on my block of 20 houses, my house isn't the only house like, hey, let's go hit the Gonzalez house. No, they're hitting all 20 houses on my block. That means over the summer months when it's nice and cool and they like to be out and about, that's 600 calls. 600 on my block alone of attempted thefts. So just because I don't call the police does not mean that it's not happening to me. Just because people are trespassing in our neighbor's backyard does not mean it's not happening. It's just meaning we can't catch them, or we already know they're gone, or our cameras catch them. So using call data, that's kind of bogus on you guys to use that to say we can't justify more money for public service because there isn't the data to support it. I will happily get my whole block to start calling and give you 300 more every year. So we have kids fighting at Carroll Park in front of the high school with guns. We have kids burning down houses with people inside them. We have kids that stab carnival workers because they're trying to protect their boss's property. We have kids that shoot people and police within an hour of stepping off of a school bus. So do we realistically think things are getting better? Chief Anderson is a huge loss to this city. I want to make sure I say that so that you guys understand. Perhaps you don't see it as a loss. So those of us who want a safe community, it's a huge loss for us. I hope our next chief will demonstrate the same courage and integrity that he has shown. And I hope that the next police chief will not cave to politics, because the safety of my family depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ron Quintana.
Hello, my name's Ron Quintana. I live in Alamosa, and I have a concern about, it's the crosswalks there by the college on Stadium, where Stadium turns, it has the S turn, and then it goes into, Monterey in front of there. There's 3 crosswalks in a row. They're not painted. They were painted at one time. The main one was painted, the one that's on the section of road that goes east and west. There's another one that's on Stadium, it's mid-block, and then there's another one that's on, I guess it's Monterey. And they're not painted. They put signs up and there's no paint on the road. There's no striping. And as per MUTCD, it's not a legal crosswalk, especially mid-block, if it does not have paint. And what really concerns me is I was headed south on Stadium before it turns into the S curve, right at the south end of the volleyball court. And this happened 3 times to me. There's a crosswalk sign, but there's no paint. Anyway, I stopped for some girls to come cross, and they started to cross, and somebody is coming the opposite direction. They can't see because it's an S curve right there. And they can't see the sign to begin with. I looked, and from where they were, they would be able to see a painted crosswalk. And then by law, I have, at non-intersection locations, this is section 3B18 of the MUTCD. At non-intersection locations, crosswalk markings legally establish the crosswalk. And if there's no paint there, there's no crosswalk. And it's going to get somebody hurt. I'm not complaining that there's not paint. I'm just worried that there's going to be somebody get hurt. The other thing about a painted crosswalk, it kind of channels people, kids, whatever you want to call them, to the crosswalk instead of just crossing, because when a game's out or something like that, they cross the whole direction on that S curve. It starts clear up by the soccer field all the way down. They cross from that parking lot and they're just strewed out. If there's crosswalks there, maybe they would use them a little more often. And it's just a legal issue for the city, because if it doesn't have paint, it's not a legal crosswalk. And that's what I had to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, one other thing, there's other crosswalks throughout the city, but I just am complaining about these, right? I'm not complaining, bringing up the issue about these. I noticed that state has painted crosswalks all the way up from downtown to, I think
Okay.
it's 13.
Well, thank you, sir. And we'll have staff follow up with that. Thank you. Mark Smith.
I'm just here to support Kenny Anderson and explain that in my circles, I've lived here a big part of my life. People are brokenhearted because this is happening. We don't pretend to understand all the intricacies of what's going on. But I think we need to try really hard to rectify it and keep him, find some way to keep him. I understand he's gonna work at the sheriff's department if not, but we went through a lot of trouble with chiefs coming and going and coming and going, and he's a hometown boy and the department loves him. I don't live in the city of Alamosa, I live on the east side, but we rely on the city APB too, and I'm just pleading with you, please find some way to rectify this situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Trujillo.
So what I wanted to try to pitch to you guys, you guys have them like huts over by the IRT, right? Like, why instead of like having these people who are obviously having some trouble, and you know how this community is. I used to be I'm a recovering addict. I actually went to IRT. I know the lady on the screen, like, I mean, like, in and I would think that, make that more public. Why should some people have to get in trouble before they're offered help like that? Because I didn't have insurance. I couldn't go to a rehab facility. I got in trouble. I went through the drug court programs and I did good and I did my everything, graduated, and I'm rehabilitated. And these people, like, I mean, they're not going to work. They're not doing these things because they're sick all the time. They're sick. They need help. Instead of giving them a hut that you're going to take away from them. I have friends right now that were living, and now they're living in a tent, because they couldn't follow the program rules because they need help. It's right behind the IRT. You should give these people maybe that property, and then maybe make a public one that, like, helps the public, and it's not just for like corrections people or people that are in trouble. Why does it have to go that far? Why do they have to be doing crimes and stealing to support their habit? Because I'll tell you this, nobody that's on that stuff wants to be on it. You're on it because you're sick and you need to make it to work. And so you need to find a quick fix. I have scars all over my legs. Like, I might not look like it, but I was pretty bad. I almost lost my leg due to this. And we should be helping these people become functioning members of society. Don't you think we'd be making more off of making more jobs around here that people are willing to work at? I work at Pepsi and it right now. And it's hard to keep people on there as it is, and they pay good. And it's hard because they're on, the problem is that we're spending all this money on new cruisers and everything else, so that way we can catch these people, so that way they go into the system, and then it makes it harder for them to get respectable jobs because they have a criminal history. So why not stop that? Why not treat the problem and give the IRT people more like leeway, more property, and do something for the public is what I'm saying. Like, not like free housing for a limited time to see if you can get on your feet. No, hell, they sat there, they had me do all the programs.
Okay, sir, thank you for your time, but the time is up. Thank you, though. Thank you for your comments. Marissa Gonzalez.
Wait,
Is your
can
mic
we
on?
stop the timer? Just, the mic doesn't appear to be working.
Yeah, both of them are. There you go.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is
You're
this
good.
one? Okay,
Yep, you're good.
sorry. Hi, my name is Marissa Gonzalez. I moved here from Corpus Christi, Texas. I brought my daughter with me about 9 years ago. I left Corpus because of the drug problems and the crime problems, and that has not changed here. I thought it would be better because it's a small town, but it's not. And supporting buying them new houses, I believe if you're at least drug test them. Drug test them and make sure that they can.
Could you go to the other mic if you don't mind? Thank you.
Yeah. If you could drug test them and help them get on their feet, I agree. Instead of sending our tax dollars to buy new decals for SUVs and buy new SUVs every year for the cops, what's wrong with the old vehicles? Are they no longer running? Why are we selling them? Why are we not continuously using those? I see brand new decals on these cars all the time. Instead of helping out the actual citizens of this community with that money, it's going to buying things that cops don't really need. We need to take care of our community. We need to get more jobs in this town. I don't know who has this little agreement with, like, what is it we have in here in town? It's not a Home Depot, right? Is it a Lowe's? Like, do we have any other way of buying anything for this town, to build anything in this town, make something of themselves, give people and teenagers more job opportunity? The rent here is way too high for a place that has no attractions. There's no malls. There's literally nothing here for our rent to be so high. People are struggling. If you want to help people from becoming homeless, help them in their homes first. Please help them in their homes first. If you're going to be giving people free homes and all of that because they have some problems, at least help the community. Give them free rent for at least a month or two. Let us build our money up so that way we can pay our electric bill that I recently seen was going to be going up along with our water bill as well. Why are we getting taxed so much on everything? We, the people, are struggling and we're all going to end up homeless. If it's that easy to get a free housing and still be a drug addict, then why doesn't the whole town become drug addicts, don't work, and then just get free money from the city? That seems like a better plan to me. Why work, bust your butt, and get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, work till 5 o'clock in the afternoon to turn around and give our taxes to people that don't want to help our society or our community? We need to invest more into our people that are working, that are pushing every day to be something instead of being homeless on the street. Please help us stop the people from losing their homes and ending up on the street. Nobody wants to be homeless. It's too cold here. We can't afford to keep paying more taxes. Our food, do you know how hard it is to freaking buy amount of food for the entire month of a family of 4? I just had a baby, and do you know how hard it is for me to want to leave him? I don't want to leave him. I don't want to do it, but it takes 2 adults in a family home to support the family. Not one parent can take care of an entire family anymore. It's crazy. We can't afford food. We can't afford our electric bills. We can't afford rent, car payments, insurance. It's just too much. This is ridiculous. Help out the community first, please.
Thank you. Larry Jack.
Hi, I'm Larry Jack. I came here a couple weeks ago to further educate myself on this housing development off the airport road. And basically what I took home from the meeting was that we were spreading rumors. We were misleading, I believe were the words, people of the city. I kind of feel like maybe the misleading is being done by some of you. I think the words were the housing development were for people in the beginning, it was $40,000 or less, that made $40,000 or less a year. And then it went to $70,000 or less or a year. There's a hell of a lot of people here that make less than $70,000 that are right across the street from that place at the CDOT shed. Can those guys come in and apply for the housing? I mean, they make less than $70,000. You say this housing's for a handout, or a hand up, not a handout. That's exactly what it is. It's a handout. Yeah, I mean, with the St. Benedict camp that you guys have put in, you got to do something with them, I understand. But look how that's been taking care of people. That place is a mess. And this housing development in 2 years will be a mess just like it. That's misleading, guys. What you guys are saying about that place is misleading your people. So I guess I just want to, there's some questions I have. And correct me if I'm wrong. I'm fine with that. $75,000 building permit. How come, if it's all about helping the homeless and stuff, how come the city didn't waive that permit fee? You have the ability, I believe, don't you? Maybe I'm wrong. I'm tired of the homeless here. I don't care. I used to have compassion for them. I don't anymore because I've actually spent time with them. And you think that you're helping them by giving them things? You're not helping them. You're not helping them by giving them a home. You're enabling them is what you're doing. And the majority of them that I spoke with, they don't want your home. They want to live the way they are out on the street. And it's ugly. And you drive downtown Alamosa, 7 o'clock in the morning, it looks like the zombie apocalypse. And it's sad because you may say that you're not bringing them in here, whatever. But by building them homes, catering to them, you're bringing them in here. You're bringing them here. So I guess what I'd like to leave with is,
Thank you,
if
sir.
you're pointing out somebody saying they're misleading somebody, you might want to look back at yourself because 3 of those fingers are back at you.
Thank you. Ruthie Brown.
Ruthie Brown. I live at 711 State Avenue, and I've always said I sleep in the county, and damn it, now I'm going to feel safer in the county because Kenny Anderson is going to be working there. Shame on the city of Alamosa, but lucky Alamosa County. I respectfully have been to many city council meetings, and I've seen many times a consent calendar just kind of passed with no discussion whatsoever. I would respectfully ask that letter C, number 8, little a, approved city manager contract for 2023-2024 be taken off the consent calendar until everyone's questions are answered, whether it's tonight, next week, 2 weeks from now. It would kind of be an insult to pass that tonight with all the questions I've heard. Hopefully you have heard them too. And then I'm going to go to, let's see what my little grandson says, and it's pretty cute. He says, "What in the hell is this all about?" Now we've got him now saying, "What in the heck is this all about?" How have we gotten to this point where questions have not been answered, where our chief can feel so unappreciated and you guys don't know about it? This chain of command is crap, not just for the police department, but for public works, the parks department, the building department, the street department. I would not want to talk to Miss Brooks and have her explain how I feel to you guys. I want to talk to you guys and tell you how I feel. Maybe we wouldn't be in this spot today. What a shame for our community that we have lost a guy who would have stayed here another 10 years and helped us take care of this crime and the predicament we're in, because it's not good. And you can spend money and you can apply for grants and more grants and more grants. It's not solving the problem. And we are bringing people in from out of the valley. I don't care what you say. I'm not saying we advertise it, but I'll tell you what, there's a damn network out there where people know they can come to Alamosa and get easy services. And if you don't know that, as I said 2 weeks ago, you need to broaden the circle of people you talk to, because I'm not making this stuff up. 1 second left.
Thank you. Larry Brown.
Thank you, Larry Brown. We live in the county, own a store on South State Street, on 2 properties just west of State on 8th Street. And I'm here to support the police department, the police officers, and Kenny Anderson. The last time I spoke at this chamber that I can recall was another contentious situation with the law enforcement in which I stood up and said the same thing. I support the police force. I support the police officers and the police chief at that time, Kenny Anderson. We have unfortunately a chance to have firsthand experience with them quite a bit with all the theft and break-ins that we've had at our store over the last number of years. We've had the situation where we no longer can have our grandkids help pull weeds at the back of the store because they come up to you and say, "What do I do with this, Papa?" And it's a needle. Having to take the shovel and clean the human feces away from our building and throw it in the dumpster. And then it's always fun when we get our property tax and we're at a higher evaluation because of all the improvements that we've done, because of all the fencing we put in. When we're putting in the fencing to protect our property and not have to have the needles and the human feces around our building. So that's been, we've had a lot of chance to have direct experience with the police force. So my message is simple. I'm here to support the police force, the police officers, and Kenny Anderson.
Thank you. Donna McDonald.
Hi, I'm Donna McDonald and I live in East Alamosa. I've lived here all my life. I live in the house I grew up in and I don't feel safe. I don't feel like I can go out for a walk with my dog, who my dog would probably take out the person that was chasing me. But then what would happen to my dog? And that's not fair. I don't feel safe. In looking here at your agenda, your mission statement towards the end says that you're committed to cultivating a vibrant, resilient, and livable city. We need to really look at that. And when I say we, you guys are here for us. So because of that, I really feel like you really need to look at what we're doing, especially with the homeless and especially with what's going on. I am not happy with what is all going on with that. I have taught school here for a long time. I taught here 26 years. And with that, I've seen a change in the kids. We say, oh yes, you know, we can get a job here, we can get a job there. Look at all the places that are advertising for people to work, but yet nobody wants to work because they get the free handouts. That's not okay either. I feel like over in East Alamosa now we have, I think it's an 80 complex going up. They said, oh, it's people that are going to go there. It's going to cost them some more extra money to rent those places. It's going to be more of a handout, same thing. And that's in my neighborhood. And that makes those of us that live there really sad because that is devaluing our places. It's devaluing our homes. It's devaluing all of that. And if we continue to give to them, why should they work? They don't need to work. I am here also to support the police department. They are amazing and I am grateful for them. I am very sad. I'm saddened that Kenny decided to resign. I've known him for years. And you know what? I also feel the way many of the people here feel that you should relook at that and work with him, not against him. Thank you.
Thank you. So just for the records, for those of you who came in late, I gave everyone an opportunity to make comments with comment cards. I'm at the end of the comment card. So now I am going to go to the Zoom participants. And then after the Zoom participants, I'll turn it back over to our city attorney and staff to see if they have any comments towards any of the topics that were brought up. So if you're on Zoom and you would like to raise your hand, Ms. Martinez, can you show them and give them instructions how to raise their hands so that I can recognize them and give them opportunity to speak and let them know that we will be keeping a 3-minute timer on them as well?
Yes, sir. If you're on the Zoom app and you want to speak right now, you'll use the raise hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're on a telephone, you're gonna press *9 to raise your hand. And so far, Mayor, I just see 2 hands raised.
Okay, so I'll go with the first one, Ms. Martinez, and then if it changes the order, just keep me on track. The first one has a name, so I believe it's Melissa. Melissa, please, start making your comments. We are keeping a timer on it for you, okay?
Thank you.
You're
Hi,
welcome.
my name's Melissa Burns. I'm a lifelong resident of Alamosa. I have spent the past 13 years as a home health nurse in Alamosa. Over the past 2 years, I began to fear for my safety, entering homes filled with drug activity nearly daily. I have at times called police officers who are friends and asked how to get a police escort, only half joking. Many of these people have come from St. Benedict's camp, which from all the accounts I've heard from my patients who I care dearly for is inhumane living situations with tons of crime, drug activity, rape, assault. I've heard it's horrible. They're not local people. These are people from California, Florida, Kansas. They are all in need of help. A large part of my job is to try to find resources for these people, as well as manage their medical conditions. When I try to find them the resources that they need, I am constantly hitting walls because we have more people with needs than we have resources. We are a poverty-stricken area. A shack will not solve my patients' problems. These are people who are utilizing every resource that we have available: behavioral health, SLV health, Valley-wide ride, Med Ride. I try to set them up with everything and we still fall short. We do not have the resources to help these people. I will strongly advocate for these people, but will continue to fall short due to the lack of resources. I also want to voice that this is the first year as driving into town, I have thought we need to get out of here. I can't raise my family here. The zombies, as one of my formerly homeless clients call them, have taken over. I feel uneasy about taking my kids to the park. I don't like having to explain to my kids why there's people sleeping on benches and on streets. I'll let you know that the people that I have come across who were in Iron Horse, St. Benedict's, a lot of these problems, they are good people, but we don't have the resources. I have helped several of these people get back to their home states of California, Florida, and Texas, where they have family, where they have support, and where they're a bigger area that offers them the resources they need to get help. 2 of my 3 clients are now completely sober for the past 6 months. These people need to get out of here.
Okay, Melissa, thank you. We have another hand raised, but it doesn't have a name. It says Zoom user. So if you have your hands raised, just start talking, okay?
And can you please state your name for the record?
Yes, please.
Leanne Harmon.
Okay, you're free to start.
I just wanted to address the problem of the homeless situation in Alamosa. I have been a resident on 14th Street for 44 years. I no longer feel safe in my home. I no longer feel safe in my community. I can't have my windows or my doors open in the summertime. I have security cameras fronting back. In my front yard, a man was shot during a drug deal. I had a woman come to my door covered in snow that she was abducted off of State Street and ran at a stop sign. It hit under a car. I find needles and bags of feces in my alley. I've had to wire my gates closed to keep the people out of my yard. We've had 2 very, very serious fires in the last 5 years where we were forced to evacuate our homes. One of them was definitely caused by homeless and the other one probably was too. And we have a police chief that was trying to help our community and keep us safe. We have no say on the south side of Alamosa. South Alamosa was sold out by our county commissioners. Anything that we didn't want the food bank moved to South Alamosa. La Puente just keeps overreaching and overreaching and overreaching. The south side is no longer safe. Our property values are lowered. It's South Alamosa has been sold out. I don't know what else to say. I was wondering too, because we have a larger homeless problem than Durango, which is almost twice the size, noted by Kenny Anderson. How do all these people know to come to Alamosa? Are we getting subsidies? Is the city getting subsidies to pay for these homeless situations? I think it's a question that needs answered. That's all I'd like to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you too. Okay. Ms. Martinez, can you correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't see any other hands raised before I close out this segment?
Mayor, I don't see any other hands raised either.
And we have given them instructions of how to raise their hands, so we're not trying to suppress any conversations tonight. No comments tonight, Mr. Carson, during this comment, okay? Can you look at that, Ms. Martinez? We usually don't go under the comment sections on the agenda.
Let me put it up on your.
Mayor, I would suggest that if that person who made the post in the Q&A wishes to raise their hand on the Zoom, they can do so and make a comment, but we don't read comments out loud. Well, Ms. Martinez can reiterate that.
Okay, so if you're on the Zoom app and you want to speak right now, you'll use raise hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're on the telephone, you're gonna press *9.
Okay, so I
Yes.
see a hand raised now. It looks like it's Sandra Ortega. Can you unmute yourself? You just muted yourself. There you go. You're good.
Okay, hi, sorry, I'm new at Zoom and technology and all that, but yeah.
Okay.
I just really want to compliment everybody for all of that you guys are doing. And it's tough. It's tough being a citizen. We do live here on the south side. I'm very engaged in my community at the city, at the university and all that. And I understand and can sympathize with people's attitudes, philosophies, or what they've gone through. Being a resident here in Alamosa and on the south side, my husband and I have been here over 35 years, and I haven't, by God's blessings, we haven't had any of the problems that people are talking about. We haven't had to lock our doors. I still think Alamosa, in my opinion, is a great place to be, and we're going to have pros and we're going to have cons, but I think the best thing to do is try to work it out together as best as we can. And, we know what the problems are, so let's work on solutions. We don't have to beat the problems up anymore because we know it. So that's just what I got to say. But yeah, thank you for what you guys do.
Thank you, Ms. Ortega. Ms. Martinez, if you don't mind, can you just confirm that I don't see any hands raised, but there may be some at the bottom that I can't see. Can you just confirm before we end this portion?
Yeah, there's no one raising their hand, Mayor. If they raise their hand, it'll move it to the top, so.
Okay. All right. So we're going to end this segment of the agenda and turn it back over to staff for addressing any comments that they feel they want to address at this time.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
For those comments that were very specific for the concerns with the chief's resignation, I'm not going to necessarily address those right now because we do have the item coming up on the agenda, but I will have some comments at that point in time. There was one comment that was completely unrelated to this major item tonight, and that's in regards to the crosswalks. Our public works director is here, and so I'm sure he was probably taking notes, but we will definitely look into that. And if we have your contact information, I can try to get back with you. If we are gonna paint it, and if not, do we need to take a look at removing the signs? Like, we'll take a look at that situation with those concerns raised. Some of the other items, though, they touch on homeless, but it obviously also relates some to the chief's resignation. I want to keep my comments focused on the homeless portion of these. And unfortunately, this discussion's happening in this manner in regards to, I know, with the perceived conflict between the police chief and I, me being the one to answer the questions on homeless may not be the best received, but I am hoping for an open mind. So the first is the huts that were mentioned out at St. Benedict's. There seemed to be an impression, at least the way I was listening, that it's only for criminals or certain things like that. The huts at St. Benedict, they're not for criminals, but how we prioritize the use is first, if there was any families, but we do not have any families out there. Then we also look at veterans. If someone had a health or a disability type of situation. And then we also factored in, are they from the valley and how long they've been in the valley? So there is no requirement to be a criminal. There may be some who do have a criminal background, but that is not a requirement. We also have, La Puente has outreach that is actively trying to work with individuals out at St. Benedict and other locations to connect to resources. It's a challenging population. Some are ready for those connections and some are not, type of situation. We also have our CSOs from the police that are out there to help oversee some, and our co-responders are engaging with those who are located at St. Benedict to try to connect to resources. The other kind of comment that was made as it relates to the airport housing is a concept of that it's free housing. And that it's just a handout with no consequences. And so I want to make sure we're clear that there will be rent, that there will be an application that you fill out as you fill out for any type of housing situation. There will be some things that disqualify people. And then if there is certain behaviors that is not consistent with what needs to happen out there, there will be an eviction process. And so it's not free housing. It's not housing that's just for those with involvement with the law system. It's not just for those who are homeless. It's not just for those who might have a substance use or mental health. It's for a very vulnerable population that could have a mix of that, some of that, but that they cannot get into regular market housing. It's very much a niche. It's 18 units and it's being funded from a grant, which I know can still be controversial. But as far as city's resources towards housing, there was comments as far as the needs that our community has and those who are in housing, the struggles and the cost and how expensive housing is. And I just think it's important for people to know that we had been hearing that a little bit. And then when we did our housing assessment, it became clear that we have a housing crisis. And since then, we've been hearing also a lot more of just the pain that some of our residents are in because they're having to make decisions on, do they pay rent or do they pay their bills or do they go to the grocery store or things like that. And it is serious. And I want to applaud council and the Development Services Department and Public Works on all of the work that they've done to partner with our housing partners. As we've worked on housing, there's a light at the end of the tunnel and we're trying to do everything we can to get it to come faster. And so one of the projects, and I feel like this might be where there's been some confusion as numbers have been thrown out as it relates to the airport housing and as it relates to some of the other housing projects that are happening. So some of the other projects that are happening is one is called Tierra Azul. And for that project, the income ranges from minimum wage all the way up to the 75,000. So that's the housing project that ranges up to the 75,000. It's the Tierra Azul, which is going to be on South Craft. And so that obviously has a huge spectrum and covers a majority of the workforce that we have here in Alamosa. That is a 4-phase plan. The total build out would bring 417-ish housing units to the community. Phases 1 and 2 would have a build out of 137 units. We have been really aggressive trying to get grants to pay just for the infrastructure. So we have been successful in receiving about 4.2 million through one grant process. And we have another grant request in for 1.9 million to help with this housing that will cover from minimum wage up to 75,000, because it hits such a large spectrum of our workforce and for those who are in need from a housing perspective. So we've been really trying to work hard on that, and we're grateful for our partner CRHDC, because they are the actual developer and will be managing this. The other housing project that we have been working on is with SLV Housing Coalition. They have purchased the Boyd building and they are looking to remodel that into additional housing. And I think the market, it will be a smaller range than what the other one is that I just explained. But it's still a part of our workforce, and it's still hitting what the housing assessment has said is a gap. And so we applied, I believe, for about 100,000 that went towards the engineering and the design and passed it through to SLV Housing Coalition. And then we've applied for $4 million to help with the renovation of that housing into affordable housing. We're also, when we're working with just individual developers that are looking at building housing that targets these areas that we know there's a gap, we're trying to do everything we can to move it forward. The housing assessment, when I said that there is a crisis, we are short by 2026, if nothing's done, we will be short by over 500 units. And so what that has meant is not only is our population right now facing tough choices and being in pain, but they're also the most at risk of becoming homeless as well. And we want to prevent that. And so that's why we have dramatically shifted what the focus has been for the city, is to try to focus on housing and to try to get something done as it relates to that. The same time the city was doing its housing assessment, there was actually a valley-wide assessment being done. And that assessment has shown that there is a crisis valley-wide. And it's very serious, and it has a big impact on the community. And so it's why a lot of us have been on a learning curve to learn what we can do to try to help encourage housing, to help with our workforce. So I wanted to touch a little bit on the housing and those numbers. The airport housing does not go up to 75,000. It is a lower income level, and it's for individuals that are not going to probably qualify to even get into these other larger projects that the city is trying to work on, type of situation. In regards to homelessness, I feel like everyone, this may not be clear, but I believe everyone in this room is on the same page in regards to how frustrating it is to have homeless individuals bust here from other communities or somehow make their way here, because we don't have resources and we don't have the ability to deal with homeless. And I don't think there's anyone who in this room feels differently. And I know as council has struggled with, here's this homeless situation and it seems to be getting worse. What can we do and what should we do from a city perspective has been consistent on trying to balance this. How can we help residents? What are the missing gaps? And how can we help individuals to get out of homelessness versus if we provide this, does this serve as an attraction? And that is a challenging balance. But how this has presented itself from a homeless perspective and the discussion from a city perspective is first recognizing where the city's hands are tied. And it's not that we want our hands tied, but they are very much legally tied in some very specific areas. And the first is we can't stop anyone from coming here. If another community sends their homeless here, there is nothing the city can do to stop that. We also can't force people to leave. People have constitutional rights. We can't say you're not from here and put them on a bus and force them to leave. What we have done is created a line item and allowed the police department to purchase bus tickets for anyone who does want to leave. So if someone feels that they're not getting the resources, if they could connect with their family in a different location, that they don't want to stay here, the reasoning does not matter to the city of Alamosa. If they want to leave, we have money for bus tickets. I checked today, because some of the data I had was from 2022. But I did check today, and so far in 2023, we've spent over $3,000 purchasing bus tickets, and there's probably 4 or 5 we haven't been invoiced yet for. So that's a place where our hands are tied. The other place that our hands are tied in, it's frustrating because we fully recognize the nuisance that this can create, and that's as it relates to loitering. If there is no public safety issue, so if someone's not standing in the middle of the street, because that's a public safety issue, they might get hit. But if they are on the corner panhandling, or if they're on the sidewalk, or if they're sitting in the park, I understand that the uncomfortableness that this can create. I understand the nuisance that this can sometimes create. But from a legal perspective, if they are on public property and there's not a safety issue, there's nothing we can do. And that's frustrating. And it's extremely frustrating for our law enforcement officers. It's extremely frustrating for our businesses. It's just a very frustrating situation. And I think it's important to be honest and have that be known type of situation. I think the other thing from a legal perspective is if we did not have St. Benedict, we could not enforce no camping anywhere else. And so some of the pictures that we see from Denver where you have camping all along the sidewalks or in the parks and that their hands are somewhat tied, that is one of the main purposes of St. Benedict. St. Benedict was not created to solve homelessness. It will not solve homelessness. It was created because if we want to enforce no camping along the trails, in the parks, along the alleyways, or anywhere else, we had to have a location that police could say, you cannot be here. This is the place you can be legally. And so I know that St. Benedict, it's a no-win situation. The existence of itself is very much a frustration for members of our community. Just the fact where it's at, some of the nuisance issues that occur, the calls that our police officers get, all of that, it is very much can be a nuisance. And then for others in our community, it's not enough because it's not solving homelessness. It's not doing anything for those who are there type of situation. And so it's very much a no-win, but it's critical from an enforcement perspective in order to have St. Benedict. And so I just think it's very important to understand those types of things. This may not be popular either, but one of the projects that we do have under discussions came directly from getting feedback from those residents that live on State Avenue. And some of the issues that those residents were experiencing because of the soup kitchen with 2 times a day, populations coming and eating and then leaving, it's very much a commercial activity. There's nuisances that were being created. Is we have been in discussions with La Puente to try to move the soup kitchen out of a residential area and move it near where St. Benedict is, where it's our unhoused population, our most vulnerable population is located. And so this is an attempt to try to address what's been a long-standing issue as it relates to the soup kitchen. Sometimes when I'm reading Facebook or I'm talking to people, there is a significant amount of frustration as it relates to La Puente. And what is the city's role in interacting with La Puente? And I probably should have addressed this when I was talking about legal stuff. La Puente is its own legal organization. The city has no control over La Puente. I'm not here to debate if the services they provide are good or bad. Everyone's going to have all of their different opinions on that. But what I want to make clear is the city cannot stop La Puente from providing different services. They are legally providing those, and it's not something under the authority of the city in order to stop. I think sometimes I hear frustration of, well, why doesn't the city just tell La Puente they can't do this or shut La Puente down or do things like that? And I hate that there's that frustration out there because the city does not have the ability to do that. That doesn't mean we agree with everything else the city is doing. But I just wanted to make clear as we talk about homelessness, because it is very much a frustrating type of topic, that I just wanted to share some of the more black and white, what the city legally can do and what it cannot do. And there's a lot more we can talk about from a homeless perspective, but it probably gets more into the nuances as it relates to the chief and some recommendations there. And so that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. Before we go on with the agenda, we always like to recognize our elected officials that are in the audience. I see 3 in the audience. We have Alamosa County Sheriff, Mr. Robert Jackson. If you could please just stand, we just want to recognize you. And also Commissioner Lasky. Thank you. And D.A. Kelly. I thought I saw D.A. Kelly.
She just walked out the door.
Oh, she walked out. But we always want to acknowledge you and thank you for your service. Oh, and school board member, Ms. Gonzalez, April Gonzalez. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Councilor Vigo. Okay, so council, we're gonna go on down the agenda.
Can I ask a question?
Usually at this time, we don't ask questions.
I'd like to ask a question. Okay, I just want to know when's, so, and just so I know, when is the appropriate time if we want to make comments? Is it going to be when the update with the police chief is, we'll be allowed to talk?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I needed.
Okay, you're welcome. All right, so that brings us to the next item on the agenda, ceremonial items, proclamation, Operation Green Light for Veterans. Commissioner Lasky, if you can come up to the podium and we're gonna have Mayor Pro Tem Riego read the proclamation, and then we'll go down and take a picture with you, okay? Did you want to say anything first before Mayor Pro Tem read the proclamation?
Actually, I believe the proclamation says just about most of what we want to do. Again, Lori Lasky, Alamosa County Commissioner. And what we're doing is this came through as an agenda item from our National Association of Counties to encourage counties and municipalities to come together in November and really honor our veterans in kind of a way that is across the board. And so this is a program that is growing and something that we hope, and I am very thankful that you're willing to partner with it. I also want to share that, and actually I'll share after the reading of the proclamation, that we do have a lunch for veterans that is available at our Justice Center. So I'll turn it over to Councilor Griego.
Okay, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. This is quite an honor, you know, at a time where there seems to be war all over the world, you know. We appreciate our veterans and our active men and women that are protecting us out there. And I'm glad we got a big crowd so we can listen to this proclamation. The City of Alamosa, Operation Green Light for Veterans. Whereas the residents of the City of Alamosa have great respect, admiration, and the utmost gratitude for all men and women who have selflessly served our country and this country in our armed forces. And whereas the contributions and sacrifice of those who serve in the armed forces have been a vital maintaining the freedoms and the way of life enjoyed by our citizens. And whereas the city of Alamosa seeks to honor individuals who have made countless sacrifices for freedom by placing themselves in harm's way for the good of all. And whereas veterans continue to serve our community in the American Legion, the Veteran Foreign Wars, religious groups, civil services, and by functions as county veteran service officers in 29 states to help fellow former servicemen access more than 52 billion in federal health and disability compensation benefits each year. And whereas approximately 200,000 service members transition to civilian communities annually. And whereas an estimated 20% increase of service members will transition to civilian life in the near future. And whereas studies indicate that 44 to 72% of the service members experience high levels of stress during transition from military to civilian life. And whereas active member service members transition from military service at a high risk for suicide during their first year after military service. And whereas the National Association of Counties encourages all counties, parishes, brothers in recognition of Operation Green Light for Veterans. And whereas the city of Alamosa appreciates the sacrifice of the United States military personnel and believes specific recognition should be granted to their being. Resolved with designation as a green light veteran county, the city of Alamosa hereby declares from November 1st, 2023 to Veterans Day, November 11th, 2023, a day to salute and honor the service and sacrifice of our men and women in uniform transition from active service, therefore it be further. Resolved that in the observance of green light, the city of Alamosa encourages its citizens in the patriotic tradition of recognizing the importance of honoring all of those who have consumed sacrifice to preserve freedom, and by the green light in a window and placing or a place of business of residence from November 6th to November 11th. Given to hereby about the city of Alamosa. Thank you, Mayor, and that is a great honor for us. For I am a veteran, a Vietnam veteran, and you know, for us to join, to be able to come out here and discuss issues and gather like this, whereas in other countries where war is at, where people are hiding and running, don't even have a place to stay. This is a great honor. Thank you very, very, very much.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Griego, and thank you for your service to our country. Commissioner Lasky, I know you wanted to make a comment about the upcoming event. Go ahead.
Yes, so again, we are encouraging at the county, we are actually changing out the lights on our buildings and they will be green in honor of the veterans up until this date. And then I wanted to share, sorry, a Veterans Day appreciation event at the Alamosa County Justice Center on November 9th between 11 a.m. and 1 a.m. The community is encouraged to come and we are providing lunch for all of the veterans in the area. So if you are a veteran, we hope that you come and join us that day. And it's just a small way to thank you for everything that you've done and provided the ability to us to live with our liberties that we have. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Lasky. We'll come down and take a picture with you. Do we have any veterans in the room? If you don't mind, please standing so we can recognize you if you feel comfortable. Any veterans? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I see DA Kelly came back in. We just want to recognize you as an elected official. Thank you so very much for your service as well. That brings us to the next item on the agenda, consent calendar A, Council Griego.
I'll make a motion with approved consent calendar A.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not, please start voting.
Counselor Daniel,
Yes.
Okay,
What about Carson?
he's not here. Well, we're not gonna wait.
The vote.
Okay, he missed the boat. We're not waiting. Let's go.
okay, the motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us to the next item on the agenda. I believe we moved an item up from 2A up to B1. Am I correct? in-
I think we were gonna do it after the planning commission update,
After the planning commission?
if,
Okay,
if that's okay with you.
that's fine. Okay, we'll go to the planning commission. If you can come up to the podium and give us an update.
Well, thank you for having me.
Thank you for
I
being here,
really do
Mark.
appreciate it. And looking at Christina up there, I always knew she was bigger than life, and she actually is, there she is. I want to thank you for having us here to talk about our updates that we've done in this past year. We've done a number of things. The first one was we discussed and talked about the annual 3-mile annexation plan. It was a, we do this every year, and we were able to have that discussion again this year. We had monthly updates from the code enforcement officer, Captain Mestis. He came in and would talk to us. He comes in every single time, every month, and gives us updates. It gives him an opportunity to hear from us what we're hearing out in the community. And I can't say how much I appreciate that when Deacon and staff brought him in to be able to work with us, to be able to see what's happening and see the changes that are going on as far as code enforcement. And we really do appreciate that. It has changed the whole aspect of what we've been doing every month. So I really do appreciate that. We had 5 variance requests, 2 for setbacks, 1 for offense encroachment, and 1 for a parking reduction. We also talked about the Tierra Azul PUD. An amazing project. It's absolutely an amazing project. I know you've seen it, and if anyone else has seen that, it's pretty amazing. We had 1 rezone request. We discussed the sanitary sewer system master plan, what those implications are on the development in the city. We talked about the levy recertification, the report, and what the next steps are in regard to that. We reviewed, discussed, and made recommendations on development code changes, including parking ordinance, fencing, accessory, sales of alcohol, RVs, camping, and use changes. One of the comprehensive plan's goals was discussed making the streamline more efficient to the code. In 2017, the pre-UDC, there were 33 applications heard by the Planning Commission. This year, the Planning Commission had 7 applications. The UDC made most of the process administratively handled while making the code and the code more clear, predictable, fair, consistent, and timely. It streamlined the Planning Commission to dive deeper into the code, recommendations, and broader planning initiatives, rather than just spending so much time on administrative functions. So it was a well done, the UDC was well done document. I do want to say it before I close that the communication and transparency that's been developed in the Planning Commission by the staff has been incredible. We've seen a lot of changes. We have, the staff, Rachel, Deacon, Nicole, and the entire staff that's there. We're volunteers, and we're like herding cats sometimes when we come in with our ideas and we come in with our thoughts. And they've done an incredible job of trying to keep us on focus and what we need to do. So I can't say, there's no words to say how much I appreciate what they've done and how it's changed over time. It's really made a difference in our community, and it's made a difference in our city. Other things that we're looking forward to is we'll be having a presentation on the Dark Skies Project initiative. So we're actually looking forward to that coming up. So I really do appreciate your time. I appreciate your support. Like I said, we come once a month to do what we do, and it's been a pleasure to do with the way that things have changed and the way the staff works with us. So thank you.
Hey, thank you. I don't see any lights on for any additional comments. So we want to thank you and the planning department for everything that you're doing to help us make sure that we continue to grow appropriately in our community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Okay. That brings us to the next item on our agenda that we've moved up, an update on the police chief process. I believe Chief Anderson's gonna come up to the podium. And council, I'm just gonna give you a heads up on how we're gonna do this tonight. We're gonna allow Ms. Sanchez and Chief Anderson to speak without interrupting them at all so that they can get all of their thoughts and concerns and comments out. I'm not gonna recognize any mics until they're finished. After they finish, then I'll turn it back over to council and we'll have as many rounds as possible. We'll have you allowed to make a statement and ask 3 questions the first round. And everyone will make sure everyone gets an opportunity to ask their 3 questions and make a statement. And then if we need another round of doing the same thing, we'll go around again, making sure that everyone of you get an opportunity to answer your question. I don't care if it takes to midnight to get all of your questions answered and your concerns taken. Hopefully it won't take to midnight, but I'm prepared to go that long if it takes that long. I do ask that the questions that you bring up and the concerns that you bring up to Chief Anderson and to Ms. Sanchez, that you be mindful, respectful, and polite. Also remember, some of the things that have happened in the past falls up under our executive session, which means you cannot talk about it. Some of the things that's pertaining to any type of pending litigation, you cannot talk about it. So try not to make it uncomfortable for either them two throughout this process. We're gonna start off with Ms. Sanchez and then Chief Anderson.
So thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chief.
Oh, you're gonna wait, and if you don't mind, until we make sure we keep order, Mr. Council. Carson, we're gonna go through this process and then you can bring up your concerns at that time, okay? All right, Ms. Brooks.
I want to share, the chief and I, since last Tuesday, have had quite a few different conversations. I think for both of us, this situation's extremely sad. It's not the way we would want what was really a great partnership to end. And it's unfortunate that we've had the breakdown in communication that we've had. I do want to take this opportunity to make it very clear that while the article as it relates to my interview was very accurate, I in no way want anyone to think that the chief is a liar. I think it's clear that we have different opinions on what was said and not said, but I've always trusted the chief and I continue to trust the chief. And I just want to make sure that that is said and very, very clear, because the last 5 years of working with Chief Anderson has been a pleasure, and it's been a very positive working experience, and he has done a lot for the community, for the department, and for the city. And I don't want anything to detract from that. I think through his interview with the newspaper and through his resignation letters, the chief has shared significant concerns, and he's here tonight as well. He's shared these significant concerns, and I think it's important that City Council needs to evaluate these concerns. I think the key, though, is that we need to create a format that best enables you as council to collect information and then have the discussions that you need to have as it relates to these concerns. I have a little bit of a proposal, and once the chief talks, once you guys do your questions and we can finesse the proposal and see the direction that council wants to go. As I looked at our calendars, we're coming up to the holidays. We try to keep things on Wednesdays. And when we look at kind of where some other work sessions are scheduled, we're kind of limited, but I wanted to try to get the ball rolling as quickly as possible because these are serious concerns and I don't want there to be delays. But if council is open to non-Wednesdays, it obviously can move a lot quicker than what I have proposed as well. So if we look at some of the concerns that the chief has raised and potential ways to dive deeper into them, one of his concerns is the lead and the effectiveness of this program. I think it would be very worthwhile to have a work session where we invite CRP, which is the organization that manages the LEAD program, to attend a work session with council, provide any information they have as far as the efficiency, the effectiveness of the program, allow council to ask any questions that you may have. And as a work session, obviously it's open to the public as well. So the first available work session would be November 15th. The next major category of concerns that the chief raised is what I'm calling management style, council relations, city prosecutor. And at that, I think it's important for council to really be able to connect with department heads in a format that they will feel comfortable talking openly with council. And what I would like to recommend for that is that you would meet with them one-on-one, because sometimes some feel comfortable speaking in front of a group and some may not. So I think the one-on-one is very important. And I think doing it in an executive session, so they will be more likely to speak freely. And if there's any constructive feedback, any concerns, I think that's the best format that they will feel comfortable sharing that with council. Now, with that in mind, we would have 12 that you guys would need to interview. So it's not only department heads, but it also includes Desiree, who's a direct report to me, and it would also include the city attorney and the municipal clerk, even though they do not report to me, but are part of that leadership team. And it would allow council time. Since there are that many interviews, it would probably be best if we split it over 2 nights, unless you want a 6-hour meeting, which may not be the most productive, especially for those at the end. So I'm currently looking at December 13th and December 20th for those executive sessions to happen. I obviously would not be a part of those meetings. This is a time for city council to meet directly with those 12 individuals. I would then recommend that based on whatever council finds out and learns, that we would have an executive session with myself on January 17th to talk about any of the items that you're learning from those 12 individuals, which then ties into, you know, with the chief's concerns and with it being expressed in such a public way, I think there is a responsibility for council to have some sort of report out of what that constructive feedback might have been and what, if there needs to be any changes. And I think that would be a very responsible thing to do. And so following those, I would recommend that we have a work session in February 14th. Now, I know the February 14th feels a ways out, which is why I said if we do something other than Wednesdays, I can condense it some. But I think it's important for council to have a little bit of this data collection in order to have that work session be productive. I think that work session could also help to talk about some of the other issues that I'll get to here in a second. But I want to stay on this category of management style, council relations, and city prosecutor. So something that changed, and it wasn't intentional, but we did used to have department heads attend work sessions and retreats. And I think it was a great opportunity that no matter what was on the agenda, all the department heads were there, council was interacting with them, and there was just conversations. And the only reason we ended that was out of respect for the department head's time, like giving up a Saturday when there's nothing on the agenda that they might be interested in and that kind of stuff. But I think it had an unintended consequence where it was creating, you know, more separation between council and department heads than what we wanted. And so I think a potential low-hanging fruit is to change that and go back to where we have department heads attending work sessions and retreats. I know when I was talking to the chief and we talked about some of these homeless issues, and a lot of that was discussed at retreats. If he would have been there, that could have been a great opportunity to talk and get his opinion. I also want to assure council that the conversations that the chief and I have been extremely helpful for me to try to identify where some of the breakdown has occurred. And I've already started working with department heads on sharing that information and talking through what does this look like from a team perspective. And if this is kind of where it started to break down, how can we prevent those things from happening in the future? And that's not a one and done type of situation. I think it will be parts of our conversations for several meetings. So that's that one category. The next category that the chief had expressed concerns about is homelessness. I would recommend that at that February 14th work session that we talk about homelessness and what the city's doing, what the city's not doing, those types of things. Prior to any of this stuff even happening, I think it was a few council meetings ago that several council members mentioned it would be nice to see some of the call volume that St. Benedict is having. So the chief had actually already started working on trying to get those numbers pulled, but it's a lot of information. And we also don't want to just say it was 600 calls because that doesn't.
600 pages.
Well, I know, but okay, 600 pages of calls. But that doesn't give you like data. Is it, we had 200 that was domestic assault. 3 of them were fires. 2 of them were loud noises. Like we want to try to categorize some of those calls. So you get not only the total number of calls, but then the categories of what those types of calls, because that's better information to have from a council perspective. But it is time intensive, which is why the February 14th work session might be okay, because as the chief is leaving, we will have an interim, but they're going to have their hands full. And I want to make sure that we're not burdening them on pulling some of these numbers, but these numbers are important for council to know and have an understanding of what's going on. The other concern category that the chief raised is the FTEs and department head needs, or the department needs. So we've talked and I've requested numbers. I need to give more information on what exactly that looks like, but I think those would be very good information as council's looking at what those concerns are and understanding what the needs are. And so again, during this interim period, the more time they can have to pull this information together and give us a complete picture, the better that information will be. And so again, that would be folded into the work session on February 14th. And so that work session would obviously be a very meaty work session to dig deeply into what these issues are that the chief has raised. As far as moving forward from a vacancy perspective, I have named Captain Spangler as the interim chief. We wanted to move quickly with that to make sure we have some consistency and those things. I was in a very fortunate situation in that we have 2 amazing captains with significant dedication and years with the department. And I know even though Captain Mestis is not going to be the interim, he's still going to be the captain, and we'll be working closely with Captain Spangler. And so it's a very fortunate situation we have for a very sad situation. The chief had set up a meeting with the entire police department for November 8th. I plan to attend a portion of that meeting to just share some of what I'm sharing here tonight in regards to the process, to answer any questions, but it's also to get input on qualities that the department wants to see from a chief perspective, what they feel the key points are, what the key issues, and make sure that that information is being filtered into the process. We are currently advertising for the position. The first review will be November 17th. However, we're not going to rush on this. If we don't get a good applicant pool, We could intentionally advertised it to be advertised until filled. So we were very intentional with that. It's a key position and it's not one that we need to be rushing on. But we also need to try to move quickly to get someone in there. So I don't want us dragging our feet on getting the ads out or doing and doing the review of the applications and all of that. But again, if there is not quality applicants, we won't be making a selection and we'll continue the advertisement. We are creating a core interview team. I am very appreciative that Chief Anderson's agreed to serve on that team. I feel he's an expert on his department and the needs, and he's served as chief for the last 5 years. So he will be on that interview team. We will have some other department heads on the interview team, and I will be reaching out to other outside law enforcement agencies to see if we can have a few other law enforcement individuals on that interview team. Candidates, when they are brought in, what that will look like is we usually have a city tour because it's as much as them interviewing us as we are interviewing them. So we'll include a tour. In the past, and we will do it this time, is we will have a time where they meet with the police department and we have a rating system so the department can ask questions and rate them on different qualities. And then obviously we'll have the interview with that core interview team. If we find a preferred candidate, we will be doing a thorough background check, and that will also include a site visit. So someone from the police department will go to whatever location, if it's not an internal candidate, would go to whatever location that candidate is from and make sure that what we see on paper, how they answered the stuff through the interview, that it all matches up with what's actually happening in the community they're currently serving. So from that perspective, I don't have anything more and I want to turn it over to Chief Anderson.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. Look, give me a break for a sec, all right? I'm telling you, this is a long career. I am off my notes.
Take your time, chief. Take
It's
your
a
time.
big deal,
Take
big
your
deal
time.
right now. And I want to make sure, I made some promises tonight. Those promises are that I'm not going to come up here and start slinging mud, okay? But I am going to read my notes here. So if I get emotional, just bear with me. You've always been good with me, Mayor. I appreciate that. A lot of people here, and I'm not going to look back there. But man, I sure do. I appreciate the support.
Thank you.
So bear with me. It's not long. I'll do the best I can. That's all I can promise you.
Take your time, chief.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Allow me to begin by thanking you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I speak the truth when I say it has truly been a pleasure and an honor to serve my community and this great police department for nearly 23 years. I believe at this point, most everybody has seen the recent articles in the newspaper. And I want to make one thing clear, very clear. I am not a liar, and to say that I am is unfortunate and really pushes my decisions at this point. And my statements were accurate and true. And it is now up to you, meaning City Council. Sorry. It's now up to you to either believe or brush them aside to start making the best decisions for our city and for this police department. Man, I swear. To make these decisions, you all need to get a full and accurate data directly from the most likely affected departments. Knowing that you cannot directly talk to me about the cause and effect of certain decisions is, quite frankly, that's scary. I am uncomfortable knowing that our officers are the ones who will be directly impacted when these decisions could have been avoided. They could have been avoided. I also know that I care about the impact to our residents, and they should have a voice, which needs to be listened to as well. I will not continue working for any type of tyrant leadership. I hold my morals and beliefs close, and I want nothing more than this city to take a strong stance to protect our citizens and our police officers. So with all of this so far, I'll just tell you, I will not push any further and drag my officers, my city council, or my community through this mudslinging campaign by the city manager with her article that I got to read. Man, I'll tell you what, and this is even off this letter. You know, I mean, I grew up here. You guys know that. Charlie, you know, man, you've known me since I was a snot-nosed kid. I've gotten to be friends with some of you guys. You guys have seen me grow in this position. You see the uniforms? Take a good look at these guys. Do not ignore them. So due to these reasons, Mr. Mayor, effective immediately, I am resigning right this minute, okay? So I am coming up to you, sir.
You come down there, okay? Mr. Mayor, you know where our hats indoors, but I think for this one, I think it's. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, gals.
Well, council.
Retired police chief, pretty sad. Right now, you have a wonderful department. Really sad.
That's a shame.
So council, we'll go ahead and wait till people settle down. The original intent was to have Chief Anderson be at the podium so he can answer any questions or concerns that council had. We originally had a talk about that was gonna be the agreement. That's the way it was gonna be, so that everyone could hear all sides of the story. It appears that's not gonna happen that way. Therefore, we'll move forward with our questionings to the city manager. We're gonna start off with Councilor Daniel, and we're gonna start from Councilor Daniel and then start with Councilor Carson and go this way all the way to the end with your statement and your questions, and then we'll start back going the other way to be fair, to make sure everyone get an opportunity to bring up their questions and concerns. Councilor Daniel, I know you are out today, not feeling well. We hope you get to feeling well, but you'll start us off with your comment as well as with your 3 questions.
Thank you, Mayor. So it is unfortunate, the loss of Chief Anderson, and I do want to say that I've appreciated his service to our community and the service that he has provided for all of these many years, and the work that he's done has been very positive in our community. And so I do want to say thank you for that, even though he's not able to hear that at this point. I also wanted to say thank you to the people who spoke earlier in public comment. I think it is really imperative and important that people are able to share their voices and be heard. The question that I have is a statement too, so I don't know if it actually needs to be answered by the city manager, but I'm appreciative of the fact that council, and I will no longer be on council when those interviews happen, but that council will have the opportunity to interview the department heads and talk to them about that. I would suggest that if council members can have that happen sooner and that timeline get truncated a little bit, I think this is going to be so important to address prior to a new chief being hired, that I think we need to make sure that we are getting the information that we need as council, and to ensure that department heads are getting that space and place to share. I think those were the big things that came up for me when I listened to both Ms. Sanchez speak and Chief Anderson speak, that this timeline, I think, needs to be, because this is such a serious issue in our community, and we want to make sure that we get the right feedback in place and the right supports in place and all of that going forward. I think we need to do that sooner rather than later. So I don't have a question for Heather at this point. I may when we do the next round again, Mayor, so I apologize for that, but at this point, that's the only statement I have.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Daniel. We'll go to Councilor Carson.
Would you let me speak before that? I really do, because I don't know who came up with that format. It wasn't agreed upon by us.
I
No, no,
came up
hold
with
on.
it.
Okay, well,
So
we should have
you
talked
just
about
put it
that.
on
Fine.
me.
Yeah,
Put it
okay,
on
well,
me.
we should have talked about that. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Secondly, I didn't stand up for a reason, because I'm in kind of disbelief that we accepted his resignation. I'm disappointed that you let him go. I've got a ton of questions, and I had to step out because I was having a coughing fit for the consent calendar, but I don't disagree that we should have pulled that off and had a conversation about it. But the reason I didn't stand up is because I can't believe we accepted his resignation. We are responsible, and we need to talk about it quick. And you know what I'm talking about. And a timeline that's set by you, I'm a little flabbergasted by that as well. Again, I feel like this is we're just being told what's happening. I trust Kenny. I've known him for a long time. I think it was a kind of a crappy back and forth in the paper, and I think it was embarrassing that we did that. And again, I'm disappointed that we did it in this format. And I'm really, really just kind of flabbergasted that we just accepted the resignation, and that now we have ads, with all these fat benefit packages on Facebook and everything. The proverbial body's not even cold. And again, I'm very disappointed that we're doing that. So as a council, we owe this community a huge responsibility to figure out what's going on. And I agree. I think we need to figure some stuff out and try to get our chief back, because it's a bunch of crap that we accepted that resignation without any question at all. I'm very disappointed. We've gone through a lot of work to try to get to this point. The homeless I'll argue all day with the community about the homeless. I know where I stand there, and I'm fine with that. I'm fine with my position on that. But it's ridiculous to say that we need more data when we're expanding the city footprint. I mean, we're growing the city. We're adding these 500 homes. Terra Azul's going to be huge. These apartments at Boyd are a lot. The houses at the airport, whether people understand what they're for or not, you know what I mean? I know people coming out of the system that could really use that leg up. So I'm not gonna deny that or negate that we need it. And I'll haggle with the community, because I've been the one that onset at Camp Benedict and all this stuff, and I'll take responsibility for that. But with that, we needed to support Ken, and I've said it many times, we need more cops. We can create positions for project managers and expand departments. Development services has grown exponentially, and we can't afford more cops. It's ridiculous. And I'm disappointed, Heather. I'm really disappointed that you accepted his resignation and didn't talk to us before he submitted it, or didn't bring us in the loop immediately. I was really taken aback. I have a severe sinus infection, so forgive me for stepping out. I was feeling better Friday, and this news sickened me so bad I went downhill again. I'm pissed, and I have confidence in Joey. I'm not saying nothing about that, but we need to figure out how to get Ken back. I don't know what it is, and I have some ideas, and we all do here. And so we need to talk about those soon. This is a horrible position that we put our community in. It's a loss that I don't care who we bring in. We're not fixing it. And we need to get him back. We need to do what we can, and we need to figure this out. There's too many questions to let it go. But I just want to really express disappointment, and we shouldn't have accepted his resignation. We should have kissed his ass, to be honest with you, because he's done a lot for this community. And I'm very disappointed that we haven't, period. And we'll talk about it some more.
Okay, thank you. Next, Councilor Krebs.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
Well, I had questions. I won't be able to ask them. I do want to echo a little bit about what Councilor Carson was saying. I do appreciate how hard it is to be a police officer or to be in law enforcement for as long as Chief Anderson has been here. And I do appreciate the effort and his ability to step up to the plate with everything. And don't forget, we came out of COVID too. Just pile that on as well. And everything that that man has done in his more than 2-decade career. And it sounds like we'll continue to do. I came ready to listen. I came ready to ask questions of both sides and to address one of Chief Anderson's concerns that he wasn't able to talk to us, or he felt he wasn't able to talk to us, and he wasn't able to address our concerns and have that back and forth. So I was looking forward to that tonight. I wasn't given that opportunity to ask him questions, and I wasn't given the opportunity other than to just listen with an open mind. And I will take what he said to heart and moving forward. Having said that, it did peel back a layer that I realized wasn't being addressed, was that connection of council with the other leadership here in the city. So while I do appreciate the efforts that the city manager is doing, can the timeline be looked at? This is all a lot of information to ingest tonight. It's a good start, and it's a good thing to move forward with the other leadership here in the city, because we have too much organizational knowledge here for decades to let any more go. I won't address Chief Anderson coming back. It feels very strongly like that decision has been made. And so if conversations continue around that, I would like council to be more part of it. But if we have to move forward from this point, then I feel council needs to have more obligation and more responsibility in helping to make that decision, but to also, I firmly believe that the police, the law enforcement should, like you said, be able to be interviewed, be able to talk to this person and have them part of the solution. And hopefully that moving forward, that we can also be part of the solution. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Crabb. Councilor Vio.
Thank you, Mayor. I wish a lot of the police folks were still here, because I haven't heard this said tonight one time is, and I mean this and I say this, is I'm sorry. To chief, to the police, I'm sorry. Is when I got this email back last Tuesday or Wednesday. I was teaching, and then just checked my email real quick, and it's like, what the hell's going on? And then my immediate reaction was, what the hell, chief? Why are you quitting? But we don't know. I did not know how frustrated he was. I did not know, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So there needs to be changes. Heather, there needs to be changes. We need to know more what the hell's going on. We need to know what our department heads are feeling, and are they being listened to? Because we can't let the whole house crumble now. We need to know. And if there's city council policy that needs to be changed so that we can talk to a department head, and Heather, I hope, have trust in us. I ran 10 years ago, 11 years ago against the good old boy system about, hey, I know Harry Reynolds, can you please come do my pothole? I'm like, no, I'm not gonna be like that. But I wanna know what's going on. Have some faith in us that I don't think we're gonna get intertwined and intermingled in the day-to-day happenings and shit like that. No, I wanna know. If Chief was that frustrated about these things, we should have known. Like Councilor Carson, on some of the And then how all this stuff went down in the papers and the response and then tonight, Mayor, like, I wish, Mayor, I would have known how this was gonna go down. And I'm pretty on top of my stuff as a counselor, and what's happening and what's going on as far as meetings are concerned and this and what we're gonna talk about and agendas. I was under the assumption that Chief wasn't gonna be here tonight, that you were just gonna give your discussion, your points about it, and that was it. Then the chief is here, then he does that. It's like, I wish we would have known that was happening there.
Well, I thought I did a thorough job of letting you know exactly how it was gonna go down. I was just as surprised as you was when Chief decided to hand me his badge. But the status is to keep order. We have to have order in these meetings, because you know how disruptive these meetings can get. So to be clear, I wanted to lay everything out to everyone to let you know what the intentions were. My good intentions were to make sure everyone had an opportunity to ask questions to Chief, to ask questions to Ms. Sanchez. That was nothing to be covered up. I told you from the beginning, we can be here to midnight. I don't care. That was my intentions. Now, what he did is what he did, not me. So that's why, that's the only way I did it that way, so that we could make sure that everyone's voice was heard and that we could maintain order in this meeting.
Mayor, I don't think you're trying to cover anything up. I didn't know Chief was gonna be here tonight.
So Mayor, or Counselor Vihel, the change happened after I had sent the email. So the chief did not want to be at the meeting tonight. And so I was just gonna review, you know, some of the next steps and those types of things. But then when his article came out that made it very clear that he didn't feel his voice was being heard and those types of things, then it made it clear that I could not speak for the chief and that I can't be in a position to try to summarize any of what his views are. And so then that's when it was recommended that he does need to be here because it was knowledge that came to me after reading his article. And so that's what the change was.
Okay, in regards to the issues that the chief had the issues that chief had problems with, the LEAD program, homelessness, the housing issues. Yeah, those are issues. And as counselor, so like the LEAD program, like I would like to ask Chief, he's not here, but like some of us up here brought the LEAD program to Alamosa and we asked our staff and the police to work on this together. And we thought it was a great idea. And we're finding out that he feels like it's getting ramrodded down his throat and the police's throat. If that's how you all feel, tell us. Because I look like a jackass up here supporting it every 3 months and and they don't want to do it. Like, what are we doing? And yet I still believe in the LEAD program and I hope we have a work session, not in February, like soon, like we got to figure this out, guys. But like LEAD, you know, we got, and the homelessness and the housing, I'm with you, Carson. Those are huge, big issues that are affecting all of us. And if we need more community input, then we gotta go get it. But it's not going away. Homelessness is not going away. People need homes. That's not going away. But my number one concern, Ms. Sanchez, is that I am a city councilor. People elected me to be up here. I need to know what's going on. And to the department heads back there, if you have issues, I will start talking to you and calling you because this is not going to happen again. I'm not going to get blindsided again. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Vihil. Counselor Hensley.
So I will start off that losing Chief Anderson, without a doubt, is a huge loss. He was, or still is actually, is a cop's cop. And how I look at that is that he is truly there. He understands, he's been a police officer for many years. He knows what it's like. And so he can relate to that. And I think that's really critical. And from that point is then his force looks to him as that leader. And with that, one of the things I looked at when this happened is I feel like life is always about learning. So when I heard about this, what was it, Tuesday, whatever day it was, obviously I went through all the emotions. But the first thing I also did was self-reflect. And what I looked at is, what can I do better to avoid this happening again, this mistake? And so some of the things I'm going to look at from, first of all, as I always look internally, is I need to ask the right questions. I don't think I was asking the right questions, and I wasn't necessarily asking the right questions of the right people. So going forward, I need to do that, and I need to dig deeper. Also, things such as LEAD. I was one of those ones who truly believed in LEAD when it first started. I think it's evolved. I'm not sure. I think we need a work session because it's evolved into something totally different. And so we do need to revisit that. I want boundaries. I want measurable goals. And I think anything we do, if we're trying new things, and that's what's happening here, is we're trying new things because we're in a new world of all sorts of things that are going on. We have to be willing to also, when you take that risk, to say, okay, we need to cut our losses and move on to whatever that might be, because obviously we're going to take more risks. So for example, the co-responder program seems to be working very well right now. And if it continues to work well, but what happens in a year and a half, 2 years, maybe something changes in that and we need to change that. Whatever it is, we have to evolve with it. And that way we're not afraid, and nobody in our that works for the city is afraid to try new things if we're also willing to relook at things and reevaluate as we move along. Also making sure to have those honest conversations with all the stakeholders. And so having that conversation with all of our different leaders. So I know that right now, I asked a lot of information information in regards to how our form of government is, and that we're in a city manager form of government. I got all the data on it. I haven't read it all very closely or with a fine tooth comb. So my thought is it's been that way since, I guess, early 1950s. It's in our charter. And so I think it's like anything. We just need to revisit stuff. Is it the right way? Is it not the right way? Looking at all the facts, what are other cities doing? Maybe there's things that is good. Maybe there's things we can tweak about it. But what is it? I like the idea that having the one-on-ones with the different heads, but if one time, is that enough? And so is there other ways to do that? So again, having these discussions and really opening up and looking at those type of situations. I feel our police force right now has so many challenges from federal and state laws, legalities, things like that. And that at this point, for most people to be a police officer, it has to be coming from intrinsically. This is something that they want to do. There's something from inside, because honestly, from an extrinsic standpoint or an outside, it's not what it used to be. And it's, for the most part, a lot of pressure, a lot of, I feel like they probably feel like they have to defend themselves. It's very dangerous on a day in and day out basis. Any person you just pull over or talk to, they could be pulling out a gun or a knife or things like that. And so what I feel like there is that we need to make sure as a city is, how do we support our police and encourage and celebrate what they do? So a couple of years ago, we really took pride in all the arrests for all the drug dealers. And we took pride in all of that was happening there. And I think for me, I'll take this on myself, is things shifted. And sometimes when things shift, we don't see the big picture the way it was. And sometimes things shift out of whack a little bit. And so for me, what I'm seeing is our police officers, anybody who wants some drugs right now, you can go find drugs. It's easy to find. So there's still a lot of work to do. And so allowing our police to do some of those things, that's what really drives them. They want to make our place safe. That's what is, and I've asked a few of them, but that's what's motivating them. So we've got to also support that. And any little thing that we can do, and that chief position is so critical. And I would love to say that, if there's a way to get Chief Anderson back, but I also think that ship has probably gone. The only thing I'm thankful for is that he is going to be working for the sheriff's department. And so obviously the city of Alamosa is part of the county of Alamosa. And so we still do have him in that aspect. but this isn't the way it should have happened. And so for me, it truly is revisiting things. And for me, I give my word at this point forward is I will ask more questions and whoever I need to ask those questions from, so that really having that bigger picture so this doesn't happen again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hensley. Councilor Griego.
Thank you, Mayor.
Welcome.
I'm gonna start off by saying that I've had an honor to working with the chief. I've had an honor working with 5 chiefs prior to him. So I understand how things work with the police department. That department it's not like any other department, you know, it's something where, and I wish I had the right words to express it. But like I said, I've known the chief since it was in high school. You know, when you first come on, I told him one day you're gonna be the chief. He told him, nah, I'm not gonna be the chief. He becomes the chief. You know, I know the quality of person he is and what he believes are. He loves his community, just like all of us, we love our community. You know, I had the opportunity of being one of the counselors to hire Mrs. Sanchez. You know, back in those days, and John, when you say the good old boys, that when you go talk to department heads and you have potholes done, that it might have happened once or twice, but that good old boy stuff, you know, it never happened. You know, there were some older guys that probably had a little closer connection to some of the other people. So, but there was a breakdown of communication, you know, between both of them. And like I said, every manager has a different style of how they operate. You know, this is the 5th city manager I work with. Everybody has a different style. What I don't like about the style is the fact that we cannot communicate with department heads because they think of this good old boy stuff. You know, had we been able to communicate, because right now we have a manual that says you cannot talk to department heads. And forgive me, but I still talk to them. I'm not gonna listen. I'm not gonna tell you who I talk to, but I talk to them because I've been here a long time. And sometimes when you talk to somebody out there and they have those frustrations, it's important to maybe say, come back and say, we're having this problem here. It's about ready to blow up. Let's react to it before it blows up. And I think that policy that we have in the manual has to be changed. You know, the issues that we're talking about is the homelessness. We have had homelessness here. I was born and raised here. We've had homelessness here all our life. You know, we used to shove them down over at what they call the devil's place. Yeah, they were over there. They're okay. They're okay. You know, people started complaining. You started cleaning that up. What's going to happen? They're going to come out of there. Same thing like with the deer. You know, when you started building all those houses over at the golf course, the deer stayed in there. Now where do they got to go to? They're in our community. Same thing with the homelessness, you know. But folks, Jesus Christ, we have to find a way of correcting this hate. I think there's like a lot of hate out there for homelessness and stuff. You know, those people have made mistakes. And as long as I'm a city councilman, I am going to find any way I can to help that person get a second chance. And if it means a house that somebody's going to give us the money, we're not taking it from our coffers. Somebody's giving us the money to build that stuff out there. You know, and we're going to give it an opportunity for that person to step from that hole. Because I've been out there and I've talked to 80% of those people are from here or from the valley. And people say that we keep trucking and trucking. You can't sell that to me. I've been here too long. And if I can find an opportunity to help those guys out to step out of that hole, we'll do that, you know. And with the LEAD program, we kept on getting same offenders over and over and over. We're trying to find a way to keep them out of jail. Our jail problem, we're having to pay a lot. So we have tried every different way to try to remedy some of these problems. And I know it doesn't sit good with the people out there, you know, and there always happens to be a handful of people that'll go in there and destroy stuff and makes it look bad for the rest of the homeless. You know, and they come into they find the system and they come in there and disrupt it and they leave. And the poor people that have gone through problems are still stuck there. You know, the saddest thing for me is to have women out there at St. Benedict's. That is the saddest thing. Men could kind of tough it out, but to have women out there, You know, I haven't seen any children out there, but to see that is wrong. And for us to sit up here and say, well, like prior councils did, I'll admit that. Nobody did nothing about it. Nobody cared about those people. Now we have a council that says, yeah, we're gonna do something about it. We have a city manager that goes out there and gets these grants and stuff, and to help human beings. We're trying to help human beings. These are not animals. You know, one gentleman came up here and he said, they're not salvageable. So what do you want to do? Line them up and shoot them? This is America. I just read the Proclamation for veterans. We're trying to save us. You know, those people are human beings, and if we can help them, we need to get out there and help them. You know, there was a breakdown. Another thing in the past too is when we would bring in police chief, council was able to visit with them. Three candidates. You know, we are the leaders of the community. We're the representatives. We got to know who we're going to hire to protect our community. And if we don't, if it's just all by the city manager and all that, well, we don't know. We don't know what we're getting. You know, I think that's another thing too, that we need to be able to participate, or the council needs to participate, because I'll be gone with who they're going to hire. You know, that is a very important position, and they deal with tough issues day in, day out. So, but like I said, this is something that's not wrong on the city manager's side. This is not wrong on the police chief side. There was a breakdown, and had we been an opportunity to visit with some of these guys, we might have prevented that. You know, so thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Griego. Before we go to the second round, and we'll go back to you, Councilor Daniel, I just want everyone to know that I take full responsibility for the direction of this meeting tonight. I also take full responsibility for talking to our city manager, Ms. Sanchez, and telling her that having Chief here tonight is not really an option. After what came out in the paper, we really needed him here so that we can hear his side of the story. So that's where it came from. And it came from me. If anybody's upset, anybody has any problems, my number is 719-313-7241. I'll be glad to talk to you. With that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and keep this going on so that we can make sure all the council get their comments out. Councilor Daniel.
Thank you, Mayor. And I've had a little bit more chance to think and hear what my fellow councilors have said. So thank you for that. We asked Heather and the team and the chief to tackle these gnarly issues. We asked, how can we solve these community issues and work together for things like homelessness, for people who were in jail for things that maybe they shouldn't be in jail for, right? Like the crimes that LEAD was set up for, to talk about developing co-responder programs. These are major shifts in how a city does business. These aren't just like social public policy programs. These are shifts in thinking. These are shifts in developing policies, processes, and procedures. And they are shifts in the way municipalities have done business. And so we are a manager council form of government. Heather is the CEO of our city company. We are the board that directs and provides vision and guidance. We provided vision and guidance saying this is how we wanted these issues to be tackled. We asked questions. I think Councilor Hensley's probably correct. Maybe we could have asked different questions. And when we look at what we need to do and maybe where there are some liaisons between council and what's happening in hiring and things like that, I think those are conversations we need to have. But I also think we need to remember that right now, this loss of Chief Anderson is huge for our community. It is huge. And part of the challenge that we asked him and the city manager to work on was addressing these issues that have made his job differently difficult. And the chief is an amazing police officer, and the ways of policing have changed, and that sucks. And that can be really challenging, and that can be really hard. And what we have asked our police officers to do is way more expansive of the work. It requires a lot more than what it used to as far as softer skills are and way less of what it used to take. And that's a shift for them. And the chief embraced that, I think, as much as he could. I want to say that. I do think he was trying. I think the co-responder model is a really good example of how that worked a little bit more effectively for the chief and the team than how the LEAD program worked. I do think that there's some lessons to be learned there about how that happened. And I think we need to take those lessons and we need to look at them, and we need to have that work session about LEAD, and we need to really dig in and ask those questions. But I think that it can be really easy to get frustrated about losing our chief of police, and what we asked for as a council to help solve some of these bigger issues is the direction our development services director has gone, is the direction our city manager has gone. Truthfully, the direction that our chief of police has gone. That came from us. And I think we need to be honest about that, and we need to own that. And then we need to learn and go forward about how are we going to ask things differently? How are we going to ensure that we're getting the information? Also, I think the bigger question, truthfully, and this is why I think that information gathering with the department heads is so important, is where is or are, and if there are communication breakdowns where that felt like so we're obviously not able to interview the chief, but where that breakdown came from, where he felt so strongly that all of this built up because we had heard a lot of different things along the way. We've heard positive stuff along the way. Some of that was from Heather talking about what was happening. Some of that was from the chief. Some of that was from our community partners. And so what was he trying really hard to figure it out, and then he hit his end of the rope? Was it really that there was communication happening and it wasn't heard? I don't think we know that. And I want to be really, really fair to both sides of this, that I think in any situation, in any communication, there's one side and the other, and the truth of what happens is somewhere in the middle, and it is never exactly what one person says, and it is never exactly what the other person says. And so it is always somewhere in the middle space. And I think we as city council have to help our teams navigate that, and Heather, as our person that we employ, make sure that we're giving her the guidance and support to help navigate some of those harder conversations with this really intense and broad vision we've set out for her. And so I think that we need to take some ownership of that. We need to ask some different questions, and we need to recognize that part of what got us here was us trying to solve community issues. And so I think that's the piece that I want the community to hear, because we have heard you. We have heard you that homelessness is a concern. We have heard you that these challenges with crime and drugs and things like that in our community are not okay for us. And these are the solutions that we have put into place that we need to do some research of, we need to do some retooling about, not necessarily research, retooling with, and making sure we're meeting the outcomes that we want to meet. And so again, Mayor, I have no questions with that. I just want us to look at the direction that we gave and own that we did give this direction as city council, and that we asked Heather to attack these problems this way. We asked the chief to attack these problems this way. We brought these programs to bear. And I think it's important for us to look at that and then see what our next steps are.
Thank you, Councilor Daniel. Councilor Carson.
I'm almost at a loss, guys, because all the stuff that Christina's talking about isn't what broke this situation. I think Kenny's doing just fine tackling a lot of these issues. I think we needed to give him some more support, and we definitely need more cops. That's something we're gonna have to talk about. But to sit up here and pretend that we don't know what the straw that broke the camel's back was is a little ridiculous. We all know that. And that's why I wanted to do this a little more privately. I think what we need to do is immediately have some conversations about that. Because what we did, we own it. And we need to figure this out, because this is our fault. And you guys all can dig and understand what I'm talking about. It's something we can't talk about in public, but we're gonna have to talk about it pretty quick. Because we're the ones that pushed him to this position. Some of the stuff that I'm talking about, we should have been more involved in. And we did express concern. And so, I'm not gonna sit here and sit up here and bullshit that we don't know what's going on. I'm not. I'm pissed that this happened the way it did. We could have prevented this. And we need to talk about it, guys. We need to figure something out quick and sit down and have a real conversation, not in public. And if we gotta bring the chief back in to talk to him, we need to have an executive session about this pretty quick. Because we need to talk about what happened. And I appreciate your dedication and wanting to say that we want to stay here till midnight to figure this out. This can't be figured out today. There's a lot more to this. And I don't want to be here till midnight arguing and going back and forth and pretending we don't know that there was nothing wrong. We're acting surprised. I don't. It's ridiculous, guys. I respect all of you up here, but we dropped the ball. As a council, we dropped the ball. And we need to figure it out quick because it's going to bite us in the ass. And so, I don't want to keep doing this back and forth crap. Again, I appreciate what you did and I appreciate you making the call, Ty, and I didn't mean to be an asshole. But the thing is that we should have discussed this format. We should have sat before, either had an emergency executive session before this meeting and discussed how this was going to go down and discussed what the pieces were. We should have done that. And I feel a little railroaded that we didn't. I feel a little railroaded getting the whole plan laid out, by one of the people involved that's causing us the stress because that's my point. And again, I don't want to drag it out and I don't want to yammer. It's upsetting. And I get that people feel that, oh, that ship has sailed, and his decision's been made. He's pissed. There's a lot of emotion going on, guys. And I don't care if people think the ship has sailed. I think we need to do our best to get him back. I think his crew would appreciate that. I know the city would appreciate that and I would appreciate it. I mean, I was told a story last night about Kenny by someone in this room that, it choked me up. It was a really, really story. It was a story that was really indicative of the kind of person that he is. Not just a cop, the kind of person he is and the dedication to people, life, and us as a community. And think about it a little bit and think about what we did that brought this upon us. And then we need to figure out how to have an executive session quickly and discuss this, all of us. We need to talk about it. Yeah, I'm looking at you guys too. So we need to discuss this. We need to have an executive session and talk about what brought us here. And let's not beat ourselves up about this more than we need to without discussing that.
And you're looking at me and I'm not sure why, but.
Well, I'm looking at both of you.
Okay, just to be very clear, there are very limited circumstances for which you can call an executive session, and I have no clue what you're talking about and whether one of them would apply.
Well, then after the meeting, we can talk about it. We can talk about it after the meeting. And again, I don't want to go too deep, but we need to, because there's something we need to discuss, like post haste. So that's all I want to say. This, again, Friday, I was starting to feel on the up and this has stressed me out so bad. I feel like crap. And if it was up to me, I'd go home right now. And the only reason I'm here is because this was so important. I'm not contagious, but I don't feel comfortable being here. You know what I mean? I'm sick as hell. And this stress is part of it. You know what I mean? It's really rough to be dealing with this crap. And so, again, we need to talk about this, guys, and I hope you guys can search your memory and think about it a little bit and try to understand what I'm talking about, because we could have prevented this. That's what's really unfortunate. We could have prevented it if we would have been more firm in our decision making. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Carson. Council Krebs.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll be honest with everybody, I think this is probably my last go around when it comes to this, because I think all the comments that my fellow counselors have been putting forward are saying everything. I'm hearing the same word over and over, and that's communication. That I agree with everything that's been said. We owned this decision. We feel that the city is moving in a direction that encompasses everyone who lives here. And that includes housing and that includes homelessness. Because of the complexity of those two issues, other departments were brought in, including law enforcement.
But you can't keep doing the same thing over and over while introducing new concepts without having some sort of communication level and pivoting to meet those needs. And we failed to do that. We failed. We kept going like it was filling a pothole, and it wasn't. And we need to recognize that. I won't have any questions because I am a firm believer, if anyone knows my backstory, of there are two sides to every story. And because I cannot get the side from the horse's mouth from one participant, I will not ask the other participant for their side because that will not be an accurate representation. So I think moving forward that we're expecting the city to grow in a certain direction. And I think because of that, this will force us to grow as a council as well. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Cribbs. Councilor Vihil? No comments. Okay. Councilor Hensley?
So just a couple quick after everything's gone through. So my thought is we can nitpick this, all the details back and forth to death. But really what it comes down to is that we talk about that idea of perception, and no matter what, when you're a leader or you're a supervisor, it's hard sometimes, even if you have the best relationship. And as a supervisor, I know this firsthand, not everybody's going to tell you everything exactly with maybe the intensity that they may feel, things like that. And that's a challenge. And so as everybody has said, it comes back to that communication. And there was a disconnect in that conversation. I don't necessarily think any of it was intentional, but when you're worried if you're going to be able to keep your job and things like that, sometimes that is hard then to maybe say things to the level you want to say. And so I think, again, is figuring out, all of us have said that we need to figure out a way that's maybe better so that we have a little better feel. Not that I don't think any secrets were kept from us, but it's that idea that communication and how to make that communication better. So for me, that's one of the things that I wanted to say. I'm going to be honest though, when I say I'm going to ask more questions, things like that, I know everybody's here talking about supporting all the different things for homeless, and I'm going to ask more questions because I think there is some truth to, we need St. Benedict's. There's certain things we need, but there does get to a point also that, is it enabling? Is there, and I'm just going to ask more of those questions versus just rubber stamping some of these things that are going to go through. Because obviously the world has changed and there's things that we have to do, but there is also that part of, maybe there's other things we need to have more. That idea, I'd like to see corrections go away and then make that into a facility, a long-term or short-term facility for drug addicts and people that have behavioral health problems so they can really get the services they need. That's just me flying off a thought, but it's that idea there is, I feel a little bit we're going in circles and this isn't working, or a lot of these things aren't working. So it's back to the drawing board to how to fix it and those type of things. But without a doubt is that idea of, as we're putting more on the table, and granted, I'll say, yes, maybe police work has changed some, but I want my police to still protect me. And so we can say, yes, it's about homeless and all this and all these other jobs they have. What I really want from my police is that when somebody's breaking into my house or there's something going on, is I want my police to be there. And I am so thankful that they are. And I want to keep that, and I want to celebrate that and thank them for that. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Councilor Hensley. Councilor Riego?
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
You know, I don't feel that, if you guys feel that way, I don't feel like I dropped the ball. You know, because I care about the homeless, because I care about people that go into jail day in and day out and trying to find. We're finally standing up to issues that people out there don't want to deal with it. And we're standing up and saying, hey, we got to do something about it. You know, and I don't, when you say we dropped the ball, I don't think so. There was a breakdown of private communications. I support the police department. We have given them whatever they wanted. We celebrated, like you said, the drug problem, you know, and that's something that is a cancer that there's no cure for it. And it keeps coming and coming, and we keep attacking and attacking. I support that. I support my city manager. You know, I got a bunch of calls saying, you need to fire her. Fire her for what? Why are you gonna fire her? Did she steal something? Did you do, just because she had an indifference with one of her department heads? That, you know, I've seen that day in, day out with all these department heads. We're gonna have a difference in differences. Some of them say, hey, the heck with it, I'm out of here. And some will say, you know, she is trying to protect us. He is trying to protect us. You know, it's something that we just need to work on the council. We need to work as a team. And if somebody here on this council is scared of approaching some of these hard issues, maybe you shouldn't be a city council. You know, maybe you shouldn't. And sit back out there and get in groups and say, hey, well, let's line up these people and ship them out somewhere. Oh, come on, that's not gonna happen. You know, we're gonna deal with that, and there's gonna be other tougher issues that are gonna come, you know, as times get tougher and tougher. Look at those people in the other countries that are fighting, are trying to find a place to live. They're getting bombed and stuff, you know. Come on, guys, we need to buckle down, have conversations, like you say, work on these different issues, and find out we're not gonna always be right. You know, whoever thinks that we're gonna be right, you're wrong. It's gonna happen. So, like I said, I have always supported our police department, and I support our city manager. You know, and whatever she has to learn from this too. You know, that's it. It's a leader is not successful if he's not learning all the time, and she's learning now. You know, and I still believe that council manual needs to be looked at and changed. You know, so thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Grigo. We're gonna go back through the round in the same order again, so you don't need to turn your lights on. We'll go to Councilor Carson, if you have any comments or questions. Oh, I'm sorry.
Make a point to
I'm sorry.
Charlie's comment. I don't have no more comments. I just wanted to say something real quick to the form of government we have.
Can you talk into the mic?
We can talk to whoever we want as a citizen. We can have conversations with anybody. We can't go give a staff member a directive as a boss. That's the only difference. But we could talk to anybody. And if Heather's telling staff they can't, that's wrong. I don't know that she is. I'm not saying that. But we can have a conversation as a citizen to citizen with whoever we want. That there's nobody that's ever prevented me from doing that. I've told you guys I do that all the time, and I'm going to continue to do that. But technically, from the way we're structured, if we want to change that, we got to change policy. Now, I don't think it's a bad idea, but we can talk to whoever we want. And if somebody's saying they can't, then that is a serious problem. But we as constituents or citizens can have conversations with everybody. You know what I mean? We just can't go tell, like they were saying about the good old boy thing, we can't go give people orders. We can cordially ask. I've been called Public Works for something that was going on, and they responded quickly. But we can have conversations with whoever we want as citizens. I'm just making that point.
Okay, so we'll go back to this order. Councilor Daniel, I apologize. The Zoom thing caught me off guard again, so it's really your turn to go. If
Thank
you
you,
have any
Mayor.
more.
I do
You're
not
welcome.
have more comments. Thank you. I feel like I've said what I needed to say.
Okay, Councilor Carson. Okay, Councilor Krebs. You're good. Councilor Vio.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
As everybody was speaking, I had another question. Probably for you, Heather, is the morale of our police force is really, really low. What can we do to fix it or help remedy it quickly?
I don't know if there's a quickly type of situation. I think, you know, this is a really big impact. The chief was a very good chief, and he was very respected and earned that respect. They also have had some issues that have been impacting morale as well. In regard to the other issues, you know, talking to the captains, part of the first step is at least those issues are resolved. And now we can know what can be done, what can't be done. We can start to have direction on those types of things. When things are unfinished and still up in the air, it's hard to start fixing morale as it relates to those issues. I think as it relates to the Chief Anderson leaving, you know, there's bridges burned, and that hurts because they're still my police department and I still support them. And, but I think it's going to take time before they believe what I'm saying because of this. And so I don't think it's going to be overnight. I plan to work closely with both captains, especially Captain Spangler as the interim. But I think their leadership is going to be very important during this time. And I think, you know, finding a chief, knowing some of the healing that needs to happen is going to be very important as well. So I don't think I wish I could tell you an easy, quick solution. But I think some of it's going to take time and some of it's rebuilding trust.
And then I'm looking at notes that you gave us, the city council relations with department heads on December 17th and December 20th in executive session. Is that right?
It's close. So the first immediate work session that I was recommending, but again, I'm not trying to dictate, I'm just trying to figure out next steps, is a work session November 15th. So it's this month, and it would be with CRP from a lead perspective for you guys to ask those questions. And again, this is if we stay on Wednesdays. If we go off Wednesdays, that opens stuff up. Then I felt like the next one is to start immediately trying to have those one-on-ones with the department heads. And so I was looking at December 13th and 20th seemed available. And then whatever council gleans from those conversations to meet with me on January 17th. And then have that big work session that would be a report out from that, what we've gleaned from the meetings with department heads, talk about homeless, talk about FTEs, all of those, that gives the police department time to pull together some numbers and stuff. That could be February 14th. But if you want me, if there's different types of work sessions, if there's different types of executive sessions, if there's different days, you know, council can clearly give that direction.
I just wanted to say one last thing. I want to tell everybody who came how appreciative I am that this place was full, and that I wish more often our citizens would come to let us know their thoughts, their feelings, things like that. Ruthie, you're always here, and I'll tell you, it shows how much you love our city. We may not always see eye to eye. I respect and value every time you come and that you say what you say. And I hope you continue to do it. And I wish more would do that.
Told me, why does city council treat you the way they do? So take that when you're reviewing everything else. That was one of the things Kenny said.
Okay, we're not gonna have a disruptive meeting.
But anyway, I was
So
just
go ahead and
saying
wrap
is
your
that
comments up.
okay, can I finish?
Yeah, go
Okay,
ahead, please.
Sorry, so I was just saying that I actually really appreciate it. And so we'll even go, sometimes Ruthie's saying things in a certain way, but I'll tell you what, it comes from her heart. And I appreciate it. And maybe there is that, and sometimes the way it comes out may be different, but I listen to the words. And so anyway, I would encourage, I guess where I was going with this is I actually would love more often, more of that interaction and more come to these meetings. So I just wanted to say how much I appreciated that.
Thank you, Councilor Hensley, Councilor Griego.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
You know, I've had the opportunity to work with a lot of great people that have contributed around here, you know. We've got a good team. We got a good team on council. Got a lot of young people, a lot of thinking and stuff going on. But our staff, we put together a pretty good team. You know, and we're gonna run into problems like this all the time. If we don't, well, then we're not doing our job. We're gonna run into problems. That's when we're gonna have to sit down and look at it and say, how do we tackle this? And sometimes the reaction, you know, it's not gonna be favorable out there. You know, but I think if it's favorable to a majority of people, you know, you're doing your job, you know, but we have a great team here. And in the community, I've gotten calls from a lot of people thanking us how we're moving the city forward. There's some problems out there. That Main Street is Main Street and homelessness is the two biggest issues out there. You know, and if there was a way that we could move another 12 inches on side, we did the right thing by creating that tunnel vision. But if we could move it 12 inches, a little bit more, it would be a win-win situation. That's the first thing that comes out of people's mouths, Main Street and homelessness. But we're gonna have those problems, folks, and if we can't deal with them, then you need to find another position. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Griego. Councilor Daniel? Councilor Daniel? Do you have any
Yes, sir.
comment? You have
No,
any
sir.
comment? Okay, so it seems like this might be the last go around, so I'll make sure everyone, but turn your lights on from here on out. If you have anything after we go through this round, I'll go to Councilor Carson. You good? Okay. Councilor Krebs? Nothing. Councilor Vihil? Councilor Hensley? Councilor Griego? So I'll just wrap everything up. I was really hopeful that the chief would be here so that he could speak for himself and we could hear his side of the story. I'm saddened that he decided not to stay around because there'd be a lot of questions that go unanswered. But Ms. Sanchez, you brought up something in your original comments in regards to the chief possibly being on the interview committee. Could you elaborate on that a little bit so we can understand the reasoning behind that and what and how you expect that to work out?
So I wanted to modify the process from how I would normally do it because clearly we've got a breakdown between City Hall and the police department with this. And sometimes when you're doing an interview process, it can seem like the Wizard of Oz and what's going on behind the curtain. And is the process fair? And are they asking the right questions and those types of things? And so I began with wanting to figure out a way to peel back that curtain that still allows confidentiality for individuals who are applying and respects those boundaries, but yet would allow the police department to have representation on that process in order to be able to say, you know, they ask questions, they ask it of every person, I got to weigh in, those types of things. So initially it was just this crazy idea of, you know, let the department pick 2 individuals. I don't care how they pick them. I'm not going to get into dictating because that's part of the accusations. But to let them have 2 individuals on the committee, peel back that curtain and to start that process, Councilor Vihil, of trying to rebuild the trust type of thing. And when I met with the captains and the chief, they were like, well, you can't just turn it loose because then, you know, it can create a lot of drama and things like that. And I'm like, well, if I go in there handpicking, it's not building the trust. It's not going to accomplish what the point of it is. And so then as we talked about it, we thought, well, okay, what if we have one corporal and the corporals could talk amongst themselves and select who they think is a good representative? We'd have one sergeant and they could talk amongst themselves, figure out who's a good representative. And we would have one from support services and they could talk amongst themselves. And so it would be 3 on the interview panel. And then as the captains and the chief continued to talk with me about it, they had concerns on how it can be hard having employees on the interview panel because if they have a bias, either positive or negative, if you have internal candidates type of situation. And that's real. That's very real. And so then I'm trying to weigh, you know, I don't want individuals that could have a bias either way, but I also really want to rebuild this bridge and have it be an honest and transparent process respecting confidentiality of applicants. and I put weight on what the chief was telling me. And I said, well, if we don't do that, I said, would you, because up until this point, I had already asked him to serve on the interview committee and he had not wanted to. So I asked him, would you change your mind? Because I feel like that's still a way to build a bridge, because he's someone that has the respect of the department. He's been the chief. He knows a lot of what's needed. And his opinion would be valued. And so then that's when, after that discussion, we decided then that the chief, Anderson, would serve on that committee to be on the interview. So he would be like any other person who's on that committee. He would help draft the questions. He would review all the applications that come in and help us filter who we want to bring in for an interview. He would be a part that day of asking the questions and weighing in on the pros and cons of the different applicants. Is that what you were asking
Yes,
for?
that's what I was asking for,
Okay.
just to understand the dynamics of that and how that all came about.
Yeah.
And from what you understand, he will be on that interview committee.
Yeah, I just, sometimes what he is telling me changes. And so I don't know if he'll change his mind.
Okay, all right, well, it's not fair to even bring up any questions that we would have without the chief being here, so I'm not gonna even go down that road. But in regards to what council can do next, what are some things, all of council has expressed the urgency of us trying to see what we can do to make things better, quicker instead of later. What are some of the things that we can do to expedite this process?
So I guess I guess I'll just kind of go down the list. Do you want me to schedule a work session for November 15th for you to discuss lead with CRP?
Council, I'm not gonna speak for any of you, so please light up your mic and speak up for yourselves. Okay, I'll start with Council Grego.
No, I just had a comment on go ahead and answer that question. I had a comment on the hiring of the new chief.
Okay, all right, so do you all want to have that work session with Lee? Do you feel that that's valuable, Councilor Vigil, or do you think we should move something else around? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the lead discussion is important, but I think what's more important is having discussions with our department heads.
Okay. Counselor, I'm going off of the lights. Counselor Grego. Oh, Counselor Krebs.
Yes, I was checking my calendar as well. I am completely free on November 15th. But I echo Councilor Vihill's statement that if we want to start the process of speaking to other department heads first and then focusing on lead later, I'm for that.
Okay, thank you, Counselor Carson.
I agree with them.
Agree with them. Okay, Counselor Hensley. Okay, Counselor Daniel.
I would almost do it simultaneously if possible. Like if we can do the session with lead and schedule those one-on-ones on a non-Wednesday. So I just don't know how the rest of council feels about non-Wednesday nights. But that would be something that I would be willing to do in light of these situations. So that's just a thought that I have.
Okay. So
but I think they're both important.
Okay. So what we're gonna have to do, because you all know, we have real issues with everybody getting together other than Wednesdays, because we all have multiple things going on, and that's always a challenge. So let's make realistic expectations of what we really can do. And if we can't really do it that way, let's think of something else to make sure we can do what we can do. So we had a group of people starting off saying, let's put lead off and then move up, talking with the staff, and then Councilor Daniel just mentioned maybe trying to do them on off days. What are some of your thoughts on that? Councilor Vigil?
Mayor, could we, I like that idea, Councilor Daniel. Can we start on the 8th? Next week?
I think yes, in regards to your interviews with the department heads.
I'll interrupt you. I won't be in town.
Okay,
I'm on a business thing, so, I mean, I don't have to be part of it, but I won't be here on the 8th.
So this is gonna be our challenge. So if we're gonna be real with one another, we're gonna have challenges trying to do certain things. So let's talk about what we actually can accomplish and what we really can get worked out amongst all of us to where to be convenient for everyone. So for Council Carson, you're about to say something.
I'm just saying, yeah, next week's not
Not good for you.
good. We need to, probably the 15th, and my opinion is staffing issues are much more priority than lead. I mean, lead's important, but staffing issues are paramount, and that's what we're dealing with here, and we need to discuss that. So I would, as much as I like Counselor Daniel's idea, I think that dealing with the staffing issues is priority and lead is secondary. And then, I think dealing with staffing will help us in determining how we deal with lead, and getting that input from staff will also help us in determining how we deal with lead and their input from their interactions with lead. I mean, we had a pretty staunch indication there in that letter. But I think staffing is paramount right now.
Okay, I'm gonna let everybody talk with their mic. Go ahead and Counselor Krebs and then Counselor Hensley.
Thank you, Mayor. Mine's really quick. I don't have much of a social life at night, so I'm pretty wide open. For whatever days, my suggestion would be for the city manager to reach out to us to find out exactly who has, with whatever type of calendar that you want to throw our way, and we can let you know what our availability is on nights, and there might be an overlap of an hour or two that we can give. But we're talking about just the point that we're talking about a city staff that gives, out like days, every day they're here doing their job, and to make, if we can find it in our calendar somewhere to make an hour here or 2 hours to talk to them sooner rather than later, I'm more than willing to do that.
Okay, Counselor Hill.
So are you saying that it's gonna need 2 nights to talk to all the department heads?
well, so let's poke at the assumption. So what I was gonna do is if we wanted to schedule 30 minutes, but then I was gonna ask them to show up early in case you get ahead. So some may fill up that 30 minutes and some might take 10 minutes. Like it's kind of hard to predict. I didn't want to schedule it. At first I thought like every 15 minutes, but then that may not be enough time. I don't want you to feel like you can't engage in a meaningful way. And so that's the first assumption is do you think it should be 30-minute increments? And then, so if it is, the math is there's 12 interviews, it's 30 minutes each, that's 6 hours. So that's why I was going to split it over 2 nights.
And I'll just add, so I don't think it should be a city council night then that we do those, so that we're not bumping in, because obviously if we're doing it for 3 hours in a night.
Well, and so we can get creative in that maybe you do an executive session before and it's only going to be with 2, like it can chip away a little bit type of thing. But yeah, if we look at what we know might be on the agenda, we're not going to want to pile them on afterwards, because the goal is we want everybody to be awake and not tired and all of that stuff.
So I think it should be something I did before, but I really think setting it up on the off days or on an alternate day so that we're not bumping up. That's just my opinion.
I agree.
So is the assumption 30 minutes? Is that the thing?
Yeah.
Okay, and then my next assumption then is, I feel like this is very important to all of you, and so that we want to try to pick dates where everyone can be there. Is that a correct assumption?
Yes. Under the circumstances that we're dealing with now, we can have 100% of us there. I think it's better, so everyone's voice will be heard, because that's what our intentions are. We want everyone's voices to be heard. If we miss one, that person's voice not being heard. So that's where we're gonna need to try to figure out something. I'm just gonna throw something out there, and I know some of you all are gonna probably say no, and I don't know if we can do this or not. On a Friday or something like that for some of the staff, would that work if we have to choose a Friday?
No.
Speaking to the mic.
I would be really good with the Friday if we could do that.
And I would be against that. I blocked off every Wednesday because I know that's when we do our business is on Wednesday, and I've blocked them all off. You know, the only way I'm not here is if I'm probably in the hospital or something, but I'm here every Wednesday. And that should be a priority for all city council people.
Okay, so so if we keep it on Wednesday, so we already determined the 8th doesn't work. The next Wednesday is the 15th, which is we have a regular meeting, so we could get 2 in, right?
Okay.
I'm sorry, what?
Starting at 6 p.m.
Yes, starting at 6. Yes, sir. And then the next Wednesday's the 22nd, which is the night before Thanksgiving. So I'm just like, this is the problem. And then the 29th is the last Wednesday, and I don't know if everyone's available then. And that's also the last time that Counselor Griego and Counselor Daniel are council members. So it's like the timing of this is just, it's stressful.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Carson.
How about we make a really light agenda on the 15th and not stack 74 items in it and do 2 before 6 and then just have an executive right after we get out of it. And then we bang 4 of them out right away. We don't have to pile, you know, we don't have to go midnight deep again, but we can make a light agenda on the 15th. Get 2 of them done before, even start at 5:30 and get 3 of them done. Counselor Daniel has her hand raised, but I think that would be expeditious and
Good
if we
idea.
keep our agenda light. Well, then we can do them the next week or on Friday. I mean, yeah, but
Okay, Councilor Daniel, real quick, let me just let her raise her hand too to answer what Councilor Carson was saying. Yes.
So I think it would be expeditious, but I have to say, I don't know that Counselor, and I, like, this is important and near and dear to my heart, and I always think my opinion matters, right? But truthfully, we're gonna have 2 new council members, potentially 3, who maybe need to hear directly from the team if they're going to be providing direction. And so while I think it is important to do this quickly, and yes, I would love to be a part of the helping with the decisions going forward, I don't think that I'm going to be able to make all the meetings with 12 direct reports before my term is up. With what Heather is talking about now. And I don't even know if that's appropriate because I will no longer be serving on council and don't know if my opinion should matter going forward. And so I think we need to consider that team, that this is so close to the election. Would it behoove the new counselors that we're going to have? I'm going to sneeze. Excuse me. My goodness. Would it behoove the new counselors we're going to have to be part of those discussions directly with the department heads and not have to have them catch up or hear things that they were not told directly to? And I think that the team that's there needs to think about that.
Councilor Griego?
And I agree, but you're only gonna have one new counselor. Because that's in my ward that's coming in. The other counselor that will take Ward 4, that's gonna be, I don't know how long it's gonna be before you guys even fill that position. So, and I was gonna ask Eric, is it possible if whoever gets elected, even though they're not sworn in, but they're elected by the people, could they participate in these discussions? So because this is like, I agree with Chris, that this is gonna affect them over the next term that, the next 4 years that they serve.
Yeah, council can invite to executive sessions, anybody that it feels is relevant to have there. And I would think that is a justifiably relevant person to have there.
Because like I say, you're only looking at one new counselor. The other one, once you guys get together, then you choose who's gonna go into Ward 4. And that's gonna probably be, you can try to do that as soon as possible too, but.
So just to can I answer 2 things that were kind of brought up? First is we're right now had scheduled January 10th to have a work session for council to do the interviews and then a special meeting to make the appointment for Ward 4. So just from a timing perspective, I wanted to make sure you had that. To Counselor Carson's question as far as what November 15th is looking like. honestly, there's nothing on there that could not easily be moved. And so I don't know if we can cancel the meeting. That would be a city clerk and city attorney. But I mean, honestly, if you even wanted to cancel the November 15th, or if it's just, I move everything off and you like don't have the meeting, but it was just some general updates. We were going to do the first reading for the UDC parking, but there's no reason it has to be on that meeting. So we do have the University Graduate Level Award being presented to Counselor Daniel. But other than that, the other items could be moved.
Yeah, just to be clear, you wouldn't cancel the meeting because you can only do an executive session out of a meeting. But you could certainly clear the agenda.
Okay.
Because how
move the
about
meeting
we adjust the agenda to make sure we recognize Counselor Daniel, and also have it to where we could do the executive session to fit more employees in. I think that would be more of a priority for all of us because that's important to us.
And what I was kind of listening into what Holly was saying is, we don't need you guys to do anything tonight, but we can just have the meeting start at 6, and then you can do the meeting of presenting the award, and then we can move into executive session and you'd have the rest of the night. Now, do you want 6 hours on that night, or do you?
No.
Okay,
Could we,
Yeah,
could
go,
we do 15th?
Counselor Carson.
okay.
Okay. To address Charlie's point of dedication on Wednesdays and calendaring it out, I get that. But being that they brought up the point that they maybe aren't relevant to this conversation, you know what I mean? And their opinion. So with all that being said, why don't we just make it easy and do it on a Saturday? I mean, we can expeditiously do it on a Saturday if we need to. We don't have to rush it, but if we do it on a Saturday, we can. I mean, not the first Saturday that we've given up, and everybody talks about their dedication and all that. Don't get me wrong, I don't want to do a Saturday, but if it would mean blocking out 6 hours and getting it done, how do you guys feel about that?
I suggest the 15th and the 22nd. 3 hours on the 15th and 3 hours.
Thanksgiving's the
Third.
week after, so
No.
it's the 23rd?
Yeah.
Or could we?
All right with that.
Could we take some of it to? Okay, yeah, the 22nd. So you guys are fine the night before?
I am right now till I get.
Not gonna be baking turkeys or anything like that? where
Yeah,
you-
for sure. That's why I said I am right now till I get yelled at about it later. for agreeing.
Anybody traveling before Thanksgiving? Okay, because I'll be here too. I just want to make sure. I don't want to hear about no turkey in the oven and stuff. So,
I do have one question.
okay, yes, go ahead, Council Crab.
Since we're making this a priority to speak to the department leads, Heather, I would like to see the interim chief be one of the people that we speak to.
Okay.
This whole issue started because of lack of communication, and I think that would be a good step forward for us to find out, if we're talking to all the department heads and we want to be fair and consistent to all department heads, I feel that that would be a necessary step that I am more than happy to do.
Okay, everybody's good with the 15th and the 22nd? I think that's a good idea if we can do that. And then that way we could take our time to listen to everyone. I really don't want to go less than 30 minutes, but if it ended up being less than 30 minutes, that's fine. But I don't want us to feel rushed like we are sometimes when we're doing these interviews for candidates. I want us to listen, not with the intention to respond, but listen to understand these people when they come in and talk with us, okay? So Ms. Sanchez, you have directions?
I do. So I can work on getting that set up and working with department heads, and because some may have some travel plans, and hopefully the 15th will work. So hopefully between the two different dates, we can get everyone before you guys. So what I'm also hearing then is the work session for lead Is this group okay if we look at December then on a Wednesday work session with lead?
Yeah, in December,
agree.
yes.
Okay, and then, my next question is kind of what my thought was is once you meet with department heads would be to have an executive session with me to just whatever you guys want to tell me. Do we want to do that November 29th or should we do that as an executive session in December? Is there any thoughts on that?
Okay, Council, I'll open it up to your thoughts and your suggestion. I'm like Counselor, Griego. I've already blocked out every Wednesday for me forever, to have meetings. So I'm open every Wednesday. So it's up to you all on that date. Counselor Griego?
I want to make a comment when you hire a new chief. I believe that, you know, you go through your board, whoever you put together, and they dwindle it down to one or two or maybe even three candidates. I think it's so important that this council be able to visit with the candidates. We did it before, and it was so important. You guys are we are the representatives of the people. We want to give the right input to our city manager who's going to hire that person. So I think it's important that we have some kind of discussion with them or something and see what kind of people they are. And then give, you know, just like her board would give her direction on who to hire. I think this council needs the same input. You are the ones talking to the people out there. So you know what's good for the people out there. And I'm sure the city manager does too, but it's so important that I think that, and it's been done in the past, and I think it should be done. We should do it this time around also.
Let me just address that briefly, Councilor Griegos. So this is a charter provision on powers expressly withheld from council that no council member or the council itself shall dictate the appointment or removal of any employee under the manager, which would be the police chief. And so if you do that, then you're potentially faced with a situation where council says, hey, we like this candidate. Manager appoints someone else. It's not a comfortable situation.
Well, you know, it's always been
Kind
that
of like this.
Well,
it's always
yeah.
been that the city manager appoints her staff.
That's right.
And by getting some input from council, I don't see what back then the attorney never told us that you can't do that. We're not giving
I'm not
input.
telling you you can't do it. You can't tell her who to appoint.
Well, we're not telling her. We're listening to what our constituents do, what they're gonna get.
That's right. I'm just saying, I'm just asking you to think about the implications of you vote unanimously to appoint candidate A and Heather appoints candidate B. You have to just be adults about that, I guess.
Counselor, I did not say nothing about voting. Have a discussion with the candidates. You know, once you have that discussion, we know we can't tell her who to hire. She hires her own staff. But to have that conversation with those candidates, I think it's very important. You know, and whatever you feel that it puts an imposition on anybody, I think it's, you know, this council should be able to know, especially the police chief, who they're gonna hire, you know.
So we have to abide by what our legal counsel advised. So if you feel like saying more about it, or you feel like you need to have a conversation, Mr. Sweezo, in this format, or you think it should be at a later time?
I think I've said all I need to say. Legally, you can certainly do that. I'm just saying that it can create an uncomfortable situation because you can end up with a manager at odds with the counselor over who should be appointed police chief, and that's how that chief starts.
Okay, all right.
Comment.
Sure, go ahead, Counselor Carson.
So we just had an evening of talking about how we're not communicating with staff and we're not communicating with each other, and Counselor Grego brings that point up and it's shot down. So the optics of it are exactly what the paper's saying. We're being led by council or by the city manager, and that just happened in public. And so the thing is there's a difficult position there because your comments confused me a little while ago, Councilor Krebs, because you said I agreed with you and you asked that we should be able to speak to the interim chief. Was it implied, and I'm asking, this is a question, was it implied earlier that we wouldn't be able to at all in this meeting? Okay, because yeah, I would think that that's the first person we speak to, especially in reference to my comments earlier, okay? But yeah, just to point that out, and I'm not trying to be, an ass, but we just had a whole evening talking about communication and how that's broken down between council and staff. And then that happens, and so the optics of it are exactly what's happening in the paper. So I'm just putting that out there. And I do agree with you that yes, we can do whatever we want. So as far as charter goes, as far as we don't break the law technically, but we also have the ability to change charter. And if we have to take that to the people, then that's something we do. I'm not going there, but I'm saying there's some communication breakdown, and comments like that or direction like that is what creates that optic. So consider that in the future.
And then let me also be clear. I think it's entirely appropriate for council to tell the manager what you're looking for in a chief, what you want to see in a chief. That is exactly what you should be doing. And it's your manager's job to do her best to implement that vision. That's how that process needs to work, I think.
Okay. All right, with Councilor Griego, and then I'll make a comment.
Well, I think I already got the message. It's not gonna happen, so I just thought I'd put it up, and I won't be here. So, but I'm saying that it worked in the past, and we were able to hire a great chief. And even some of those comments, I told one of the chiefs, I don't want a figurehead. I want a working chief, and he worked. He got direction. But, right now, Carson, you're exactly right. I asked if we could do something like that, and all of a sudden, we're not the ones in charge here, so the staff will tell us, no, we can't do that because it's a bad thing.
So Councilor Hensley, then I'll make a comment.
I just, so sort of to switch, on the lead meeting, were you planning to have the interim police chief there? Is he part of that team?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I just was asking. I wasn't
Yes.
sure who that team was. Okay, thanks.
I would also request that the director of the lead program or the director of CRP be there, not Clarissa and the people that we get presented from, but Luke.
Yeah.
I would appreciate Luke being there.
And I think he very much wants to be there. So I think you are on the same page with him.
Mr. Sweezel, in the efforts of trying to find common ground to where council feels like their voice is being heard in the hiring process, can we send documentation to Ms. Sanchez email or either have direct conversations with her in regards to what we expect from the new hire? Can that be done?
Well, you're running into open meetings law questions. I think the better way to do it would be you guys hold a work session to discuss with the manager what you want to see in the chief.
Okay. All right. If that's what we need to do, we need to go ahead
I
and
think that
figure
would
that
be,
out.
that's transparent and open and the way that ought to run.
Okay.
And I know normal practice is not to record those work sessions.
They're on Zoom now.
They are? Okay, so we have record of them and.
Oh, but not recorded. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so that was technically, Mayor, we can communicate with Heather directly. We can't spoke. You know what I mean? We can't communicate with the rest of us, but I think for documentation purposes, and I know there's probably a gray line there, but there's gotta be some documentation of what we want and what we ask, because then again, it can turn into a he said, she said later. So we need something on record stating what we're looking for, and let's figure that out, is my point.
So would an option, I know we're clearing off the 15th. I don't know how long this kind of discussion of what you want in a chief would have to take. I mean, I feel like there's probably going to be a lot of consistency, not much debate, and more of just sharing information with me. Would you feel comfortable that we clear everything off the agenda for the 15th, but keep that as an issue? Because then it allows you to give me that information before we start reviewing the applications on the 17th.
Yep.
And it's in a public meeting.
I think, I mean, for the sake of the time of everything with us trying to start the process of interviewing a new chief, and that process is gonna start 2 days later. And we gotta figure out what our priorities are, and that is a high priority because all of us wanna make sure that you hear our concerns and what we're looking for, what we expect. So I believe that's important. But once again, I'm only one of 7, and I never wanna speak for everyone, so I'm gonna let you all speak up and let me know what your thoughts are. Counselor Carson?
I feel like, we need to get the staff meetings done. Starting to pile stuff on and throw our recommendations as what we want for a chief. Again, like I said earlier, this feels really rushed and I was a little bit blown away when I saw the ads on Facebook. I know you want to get a chief. I know everybody wants to get a chief quick, but if our faith is in our captains, then what's the rush? That's my point. Because by pushing it, it feels just really rushed. And I think, you know, we have 2 people in place that are great leaders, and I just don't think that we should rush through this process. I don't think we should be throwing suggestions yet. I think we need to talk to our staff and figure that out. And if we start trying to go down that road right now, I think we're putting a lot on ourselves. Again, it is a busy couple months. We're already trying to fit these interviews in, and I don't feel comfortable throwing all that out right away. I think, again, we have an interim chief in place. Let's let him be interim chief. It's like we're gonna give him the title tonight and then we're trying to kick him out tomorrow. I don't agree with that. So let's hold off a little bit. I think we need to wait and get the staff interviews out of the way first and ponder what we want in a chief and think about that a little bit instead of just trying to throw it all at it right away, because it's easy to go find somebody. We can probably, with those numbers that are out there on Facebook, we're gonna find a lot of candidates. We're probably gonna get a lot of people coming after it. And Councilor Griego talked about that, the tension all over the country right now, all the negative stuff going out. You get the wrong person in here, that's gonna creep in here like that. So keep that in mind.
So what about the meeting on December 6th? That takes place after all your interviews with the department heads.
So what are your thoughts, everybody? Everybody's good with that? We're good? Okay. All right. Y'all not going to sleep on me, are you? We good? Oh, you'll be leaving that day,
No,
okay.
it's a regular meeting. Yeah, it'll be in the regular meeting.
All right, we're good?
So
All right.
15th and 22nd.
Yeah. Yeah, we got a lot to go. And then since I was the last one to speak, the last thing I just wanted to say to the chief and to the law enforcement officer, our interim chief, Spangler, City Council supports law enforcement. City Council want to make sure that we provide you all the tools that you need to be effective and efficient. Chief Anderson served with the PD for nearly 23 years. We greatly appreciate his service. We appreciate his dedication. We appreciate him doing what he feels is right for him and his family, because at the end of the day, it's all about what's right for him and his family as he moves forward with his future. So I just want the chief to know that he is greatly appreciated for the services that he provided. With that being said, we'll go ahead and go to the rest of the items on the agenda. Some of you may have to remind me where we are right now. Which one? Okay, development services. There we go. And thank you, council, for being cordial, polite, and mannerable and respectful. I appreciate each one of you all in the way you carried yourself out. Yeah.
I'll go real quick. Okay, just to recap, just some basic stuff. When we're dealing with development, usually it requires infrastructure. Go ahead, Holly. You can't just put half a street in, you can't put half a pipe, but oftentimes you're dealing with a situation where only half of one side is developed. So in early 2020, you may remember we adopted this zone of benefit recovery. It's essentially a process where certain expenses are eligible, and essentially there's a public hearing to determine what amount should be recoverable when somebody develops adjacent. So the public hearing process is really designed to hear lots of information, objections from adjacent landowners and people who might be affected, that sort of thing. Then there's an entire, process for how those costs are recovered from somebody. So essentially, if you do adopt a zone of benefit recovery and, let's say an adjacent property who's in the zone develops, then they would trigger a certain payment based on what would be decided. So that's it in a 30-second nutshell.
Okay, council, is that it?
I think we can elaborate a little bit further. So again, Deacon's sort of here as your sort of neutral code expert, and then I'm here more as the department head. And this zone of benefit recovery is something that we invented in the infancy of our developing a housing program. And it is really something that we designed when we weren't waiving fees. And so all this does tonight is we waived fees for Iron Horse. And in return for that, we said that they would set up a zone of benefit recovery. But the only entity that benefits from this is the city of Alamosa. So the city of Alamosa will recoup the costs that the developer would have gained, but couldn't gain because of their funding mechanism, basically. And so we, from a political perspective, if Iron Horse were to come before us today because of the target AMI market they're at, we would have waived those fees, and we wouldn't have invented this, or maybe we would have invented this rule, but we wouldn't have used it for this development. And ultimately, these are the properties adjacent to Iron Horse, the Carroll properties, and they're some of the most viable infill commercial sites in the city. And so we don't want to do anything that will prevent them from being developed. So even though we're obligated because of the agreement we set up with Iron Horse several years ago to bring this to council, and they're obligated to have the public hearing, as staff, it's not something that we support, and we don't think it's best practice. We really think it's better if Carroll properties develop naturally, and this isn't a hindrance. And we would have waived those fees anyway, so the city recouping them this way doesn't really make sense anymore. So.
Okay. All right, council. Councilor Vihil. Okay.
Yeah, you
No,
do
it's
need to
not.
do a public hearing.
We do?
Mhm.
It's a resolution.
So it's not really a resolution. Holly was just pointing that out to me. It is a public hearing. The process is on the zone of benefit, you hold a public hearing on establishing the zone of benefit. If after that public hearing, you decide to establish it, you do written findings, or you tell me to make proposed written findings for you that would establish it. And then at a subsequent meeting, you would have the resolution. So you have the public hearing at this meeting. If you decide you're not going to establish the zone of benefit, then we're done. If you decide you are going to establish it, then you direct me to prepare written findings establishing it, and we'll put it on a subsequent meeting for the resolution. So that was improperly titled in the agenda. There's no resolution tonight.
So, Counselor, we're having a first reading, public hearing?
No, it's just a public
Well,
hearing. It's
okay.
The structure of the zone of benefit ordinance says if you're gonna establish one, you have to hold a public hearing first. And the purpose for that, of course, is that there are people who are affected by the proposed zone of benefit who you need to hear from, who may have objections to either establishing it all or the way the proposed calculations for reimbursement are proposed to be set up. So that's why you have a public hearing, but it's just part of the process. It's not part of an ordinance or anything.
And I understand the public hearing system, but tonight we on an agenda pushed a resolution. We didn't say a public hearing was going to be. So people that would have wanted to come and talk on this behalf for or against it, they can't talk. So this is something that you might have to table and then have a public hearing.
Right.
I disagree about having a public hearing today because there's people that are probably against this or for it.
There's more information though that we didn't present to you. The other another requirement of the zone of benefit ordinance is that the city has to publish notice of the public hearing, and I
Correct.
forget how far in advance. That notice was published. And it
28
said,
days.
What was the
20
published?
days.
It's
Tonight?
28 days ago. Yeah, so the notice we published in the paper occurred 28 days ago. We also sent certified letters. It only affects one property owner. We've discussed it with the specific property owner. The property owner's legal counsel has submitted a letter, and she has a representative here tonight to speak on her behalf. So those bases I think are covered.
I guess, not knowing what's going on.
Councilor Henson, you were about to say something before opening up for a public hearing.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I need a little clarity. This
Yeah,
is kind
that's
of
okay.
confusing. So so you have Iron Horse is A, Carroll people are B. A got something?
So A got all of their building permits waived. So we
Okay,
set this
A got-
up so that they could get their costs back for building roads and stuff because we wanted to incentivize housing.
So they got.
I just want to this was set up before Iron Horse. So this was set up from talking to developers. Like sometimes they go in and they're the first ones to develop something and they have to put in larger infrastructure or build the full street. And so they're bearing that full cost. So the recovery process allows them to deem a recovery capture area and it lays out the process.
So other people are paying.
So
when they
when they develop, they pay a proportionate cost.
Got it.
So that was like one issue. What happened with Iron Horse is we didn't have our housing study done. We didn't know what crisis we were in. We didn't know where it was hitting from, what we need, all of that kind of stuff. So we weren't in the habit of just waiving fees. And so we waived most of the fees that we could, totaling, I think, over $100,000. But since that wasn't our norm, we were like, we want you to do the cost recovery process when you can, and then assign us as the beneficiary. So to meet their agreement with us to waive those fees, which we've already waived, that was part of the agreement that came before council. We already waived those fees, but they're trying to honor that agreement, which is they need to make a good faith effort to try to set up this cost recovery. But the money's not going to go to Iron Horse. The money would come to the city to offset those fees that we waived. And so what Rachel was trying to explain is now that we've got our housing study, if like Iron Horse would be being built now, we probably just would have waived the fees and not even talked to them about this cost recovery situation. So we just wanted to make sure council knew that this is not something staff felt strongly about, that we wanted to explain the timing of when this came forward. We've already waived the fees and foregone that revenue. And then Rachel's other point was that we don't want to dampen the other type of development that might happen. But this is all for council consideration there. And again, if you guys want to, I'm not involved in if we do the public hearing or not, all of that kind of stuff. But to explain the issue, we just wanted to make sure you knew what staff's recommendation was.
Yeah, and let me just be clear, you don't have to hold the public hearing if at this point, having heard staff's recommendation, you are not interested in establishing a zone of benefit. The only thing you're going to get out of a public hearing is hearing from the potential person or party who would be affected by the zone of benefit. And if you aren't going to do it, no matter what they say, you don't need to have a public hearing. So
what we're going to potentially do is actually helping the Carroll Park
Or not harming them, I suppose.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're looking for us to say, we don't want this because that's gonna help the situation. Okay.
And because the only entity that benefits from establishing the zone
Makes
is
sense.
the city. And we don't need it. We support housing.
Okay, so now with legal counsel advice, is it okay to open it up for a public hearing?
sorry, it is, or if one of you wanted to make a motion to deny the establishment of the zone of benefit, you could do that right now. We don't need the hearing.
I move what you just said.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? So I do have a, go ahead. You go first and then I'll bring up my comments.
No worries. I understand you guys. It's feeling more like a public hearing. You went through all the motions of the public hearing. It's just a typo on the agenda, but all the parties involved were informed, in a legal way. If someone is here to represent as part of a public hearing, I think they should be heard. And that is my only opinion.
And that's what I was gonna say too. So we have a motion and a second. I'm not gonna vote in favor because I do believe that we should follow the process and we should have a public hearing. So I'm gonna vote no on your motion, but that's why, because I believe we should have the public hearing. So we have a motion, a second. Any further comments? Not,
Well, let's not vote then. I'd rather not vote. Let's go ahead and I'll take it back.
Motion's already on the table. There's a second on the table.
second on the table, you gotta vote. We're missing one person here. Okay. Is that 7?
No,
6, we're still missing one.
it's me.
Oh,
Five.
Counselor
okay.
Daniel?
Sorry, it's getting late. All right, good. Okay,
I vote no.
okay, all right.
I had one person abstain.
I abstain because I can't absorb
Okay. Okay.
Okay, the motion failed 4-2
All right.
with Counselor Carson abstaining.
So with that being said, now I am going to open up a public hearing for Resolution 18-2023, establishing a zone of benefit recovery for Carroll Street extension. If we have anyone in the audience, please come up to the podium at this time and state your concerns.
I don't think I picked a very good night for this today. Dan Russell, resident of Alamosa. I'm representing Carroll Properties. What was suggested as far as just tabling this, making it go away is the right answer for Carroll Properties. But if you would like me to address any specific questions or the concerns that Jane Martin has expressed to me, I'll be happy to do that. I think if you vote for not establishing a zone of recovery, all of the objections I have go away.
Okay.
I don't know, you want to hear them.
So what you're saying, so that we're clear, because we want to make sure we're clear. What you're saying is the motion that Counselor Hensley presented earlier, you would be fine with, and the one that Counselor Griego second, you would be fine with it, and you wouldn't have any issues.
Absolutely.
Okay,
I think it's a good solution.
all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Counselor Vijo? Okay, all right. So do we have anyone else out in the audience who would like to participate in this public hearing before we go to the Zoom participants to see if we have any ones who want to make a comment? Okay, I don't see anyone standing up to come to the podium. I'll go ahead and go to the Zoom participants. Ms. Martinez, if you could explain to them how to raise their hands so that they can be recognized to participate in this hearing?
Yes, sir. If you're on the Zoom app and you want to speak for this public hearing, you'll use the raise hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're on a telephone, you'll dial *9. And I don't see any hands getting raised, Mayor.
I don't see any hands either, Ms. Martinez, so we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. I'll bring it back to council for their recommendation. Counselor Hensley, Counselor Vijo.
Go ahead,
Counselor
I'll
Hensley.
just make the same motion.
Second.
Okay, so can they get away with just saying I make the same motion?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Technically, there's all kinds of policies you have about motions to reconsider when it's on the same topic. I think the reason it failed is clear, so just take your vote.
Okay. All right.
Counselor Daniel,
Yes.
the motion carried unanimously with Counselor Carson abstaining from the vote.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, moving right along. All right, motion authorizing funds for the demolition of 3 residential structures. Yes.
Make
Ms.
this as
James?
quick as I can. So there used to be a line item in the PD budget for the abatement of buildings and the demolition of buildings. And it used to be about $50,000, but it would go from year to year unused. And so in order to free the funds up for other projects in the city, and so the budget would work, it was reduced down to a couple thousand. And we're in a position this year with some of the progress we've made in cooperation with code enforcement and the PD that we are ready to demolish a couple buildings. And so I'm here tonight to ask for funds to deal with some of these buildings. I'm bringing 3 specific properties. The first is on Railroad Avenue. It's a significant life safety hazard for the owner. It's in risk of structural collapse. This is a picture of it. If you want to go down one more page, there's some more pictures of the structural issues. Been working with this property owner for at least 2 years, the entire time I've been with the city. She's been in municipal court multiple times and asked to fix it. It hasn't been fixed. We've tried to set her up with resources. It hasn't been fixed. There's also some issues where there's repeated fire hazards on the property because of campers that she allows to park on the rear of her lot. And we are worried that she will burn down her house and her neighbors' houses. So this one, we would proceed through the International Property Maintenance Code and proceed with demolition. We have already had the property inspected for asbestos, and there is some asbestos, so we'd have to do abatement. We've also tried to set her up with resources with the Housing Coalition, so they can find her suitable housing, but it's a very unsafe living condition is really what it is. But the city council needs to authorize funds so that we can move forward with the demolition. It's not a quick process. And we really have exhausted every resource to try to help her and to help her get it fixed. But it's not a salvageable building. Even if the amount of structural damage at this point, the building can't be salvaged. The second one, if we want to go down to the third slide, has been burned for years. So I've gotten a number of complaints from council on this property. The new owner just doesn't have the funds to proceed with demolition. And so it's a major nuisance to the neighbors. People squat in the building. And obviously it's not salvageable as well. The owner that bought it just wants to build on the new foundation. So if anything knocking the building down to help, there's no asbestos in this one. Cost of demolition is relatively low. And then the final one is one that we hope we may be able to salvage still, but we'd like to do some of the exploratory work for asbestos inspection. And this one hasn't had water in 5 years because of the amount of plumbing damage that there has. So there hasn't been water or plumbing. There's no heating system. There's open holes into the crawl space. They have been doing some work recently. So, technically that toilet's been replaced, but there's still no running water in the building. So we just want to be able to do the work to get asbestos abatement in there and we've done pretty regular inspections and there haven't been improvements. But again, it's another really unsafe, unsanitary condition that we need to deal with and we need the funds to do it. And so we need council authorization. This particular gentleman, the second gentleman, there's obviously no one living in the home, so there's no one to protect, but these folks we've hooked up with the co-responders and trying to find resources with La Puente to try to make sure that they're housed if they get displaced. So the one thing is the cost of demolition are places a lien against the property. So the city does get the money back basically eventually, but sometimes the cost of demolition and cost of asbestos abatement is more than what the property's worth. And certainly, it's a burden and it's hard to property owners and this isn't an easy topic. But I think for a reason this budget item was taken down and this is just a request to put it back up. One of them is a no-brainer. Obviously the burned house just needs to come down. But the other two, I realize there's an emotional issue there. It really is just about trying to get people out of really unsafe living conditions.
So if council were to authorize this tonight, what you're authorizing is for us to move forward, knowing that then the cost would be included in the next budget adjustment. And then I think the council agenda did include an estimate on what we expected for those costs. And so that's kind of what we're looking for here tonight, or, if you feel like we shouldn't move forward, the lien process, we would get paid back either by the owner at the time they pay property taxes, or if it goes up on for sale when someone buys it. Or if nobody buys it, then we are the new owner of a property type of situation. Is that correct, Rachel?
Yeah, and I mean, this is not something the building department ever wants to do. I mean, we had to demolish a house before I started. I think it used to happen pretty regularly in the old days, but it's always the last resort. It's never the thing that we want to do first. And I mean, the first woman, I mean, we've worked with her every way we can think of to try to get her to fix it or to get into safer housing situation. And she is just, it's not resonating with her. So really, that's why we had someone with a mental health background go and try to talk to her eventually, just because it's not working. The fix isn't working. And, you know, really, she's just, yeah, tonight's, yeah.
The budget item, would be more than 25,000.
I have a comment.
Sure. I think he was first, you second, and then Liz third. Vihil, Carson, Hensley.
So quickly, my thoughts on this is,
And then after that, it'll be Counselor Daniel after Hensley. Thank you.
thank you, Mayor. My thoughts on this is the burnt down house for sure. We got to get rid of that. But I don't think we should, government should come in and unless they have a place to go live, I say no to this, especially the two folks. I don't think government should be in charge of making someone homeless. And so I'm against the first and the third.
Thank you, Counselor Hill. Counselor Carson?
Counselor Vihil's right. We can't authorize the other two. The burnt down house, we've been approached about a lot, and that should be coming down. Here's where we talk about those breakdowns in communication. I know Wilma personally. I partially grew up in that house. There's no way that I'll authorize for them to tear it down and make her homeless. We're talking about putting people out on the street here. I don't know the other people, but again, we can direct these funds to tear their house down, throw a lien on it and keep it. Maybe we can do something different to help them. And in Wilma's case, I'll go talk to her personally and talk to her about resources. Again, I don't know the other people, but there's no way that I would feel comfortable taking somebody's home, ripping it down and making them homeless. I had another one came across, I was aware of another one that we'll have to talk to later if that's on the list. Involves children who've lost their parents and really have no one. So yeah, this is where those breakdowns in communication with council and the community. So when things are like this are happening, I think the ward representative should be approached immediately to be able to go talk to those people, because she may not respond, or she's not going to respond to a mental health person that she doesn't know. I mean, she doesn't know Tim, you know what I mean? I know her personally, and I'll go talk to her and explain to her and help her get those resources, because that's just a really bad thing for the city to come in and do, is take someone's home, throw a lien on it and say, hey, you know, we tore it down, but if you can't pay us, we're keeping your property too. That's really bad optics, guys. And that's some of the stuff that the community's out there harping on us about right now. You know what I mean? You're good at your job, Rachel, and I don't take that from you, but I get a ton of complaints about how heavy-handed the development services are. And so these are the kind of things that when we can soften that blow, let's not try to do these things. I mean, I understand you've made it your last resort, but I don't think we've done our due diligence here. So let's do that before we consider tearing someone's house down. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Carson. Counselor Hensley, Daniel, Griego.
So I have a question about the burnt down one. So on the burnt down one, if we tear it down and then that person then builds a new house, before they build a new house, do they have to pay that back? Or do they get to just then have because I have a house I'd like to have torn down too.
My understanding is when the taxes come due, that's when the liens have to be paid.
In November. So if he were to build before then, I mean, the taxes won't be due until November of 2024.
So he would have to pay at some point.
Yeah, but it's the cost for the estimate right now for that one is $2,500, and it's a city lot. So just the cost, just the land and the access to infrastructure is worth more than
I was just wondering if that was starting a precedent for getting.
Yeah.
Okay, Counselor Daniel, then Counselor Griego.
Thank you, Mayor. So I had the same question as Counselor Hensley, so thank you for answering that. I am struggling, as Counselor Carson mentioned, with people. My question though is, so the one, Rachel, that you thought might be salvageable, is that like funds that could help fix the place? Like, I know we can't be fixing people's houses either, right? Like, but people need to live in safe conditions, and we need to make sure that they are like have access to this. And tearing down a house when someone is living in it feels very counterintuitive to me with what they have going on, and really thinking about A, the time of year it is, B, like how, what resources are available to them. We don't have places we could put them in right now. Like, I'm just struggling mightily with the fact that we would not, like, I'm struggling with how could we fix the one house that you said is maybe salvageable, and what does that look like? I'd like a little bit more information on how we would help those homeowner people. And then I did have the same question as Counselor Hensley about if we just tear down the house that he's going to build on, like that also seems interesting to me, but I appreciate the thing about the lien.
I think that one's a no-brainer. Obviously, the burned down house, there is
Yeah.
still a cost to him because we're doing the work. The other two, I mean, obviously I have huge compunction about making anyone homeless when we're trying to build homes. That's why we would try to get them housed in any other circumstance. But really, this is the end of the road for code enforcement, and not code enforcement as in my department, as in the police department. So this is the police department dealing with complaints and issues with these properties over and over and over again, and bringing it back to the building inspector and having these inspections done. So this is the partnership that my department has built that existed before really we were in development services, where we meet with the community services officers regularly, and they ask us to help with these houses that really shouldn't be lived in. This is the end result of that, is trying to address those concerns so these police officers aren't back at the same property for the same fires over and over again. And so this is not the best solution. And maybe the city manager sent me a link today for some grant funding that maybe we could use to hire a consultant that could help us figure out how to build a rehab program. It's just going to take a lot longer. And so my answer from my department to the community service officers is you're just going to have to keep responding to calls at these same properties and deal with these same issues. And my department can't support you because I'm trying to build a rehab program. And so I think that could be council direction as well, is that our goal is not to tear down houses, even if they are structurally unsound, and to really just concentrate on putting, whether it's grant funding or the funding that would go towards demolition, into building a rehab program. And maybe that means building a house next to Wilma's and then tearing down Wilma's house and moving her over. I don't know. I feel uncomfortable using her first name, but the person that with one of the homes, that could be the direction we go. It's just that for some of these community service officers have brought them back to the building department over and over and over again, asking for the building inspector to intervene in a structural issue. But, and this is where that ends up. But I agree that there's probably a better solution out there. We just don't have it yet.
Okay, Councilor Griego.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree that we shouldn't be tearing down people's houses, but this is a safety deal. No water. How do they even live in there?
He goes to a neighbor's house.
Yeah, it's a hardship, and if it's a mental health type issue also, on top of that, that's, we're trying to help these people out. To let them live in stuff like that, I think that's wrong. No restroom, no water, no, did you see that house, the way it looks like? How is it gonna be this winter? And and I agree, we should be throwing people out of their houses and stuff. But there's gotta be a different way, if we got tear it down, like she says, and maybe find some program where they can build a self-out home there or something. That might be the direction. Temporarily, maybe they can live somewhere else till that gets accomplished. But to live in these conditions right now, the way they're living is wrong. This is not a third world country here. We should be able to help them out some way. And by letting that go on, we're not helping them out. So,
Councilor Carson.
So it's funny to me that we can't help them out, You know, we can't help them out, but we're finding grants, money, developments. We're changing code beforehand. We're starting pouring forth foundations before the code's been changed. We do everything we can to help homeless people. And these people that have a home that ain't got the resources, we ain't gonna do anything for them except, you know, hey, there's mental health you can go get, or there's some grant resources, and throw them the paperwork. But we're over here finding grants to build 20 houses for people that we say that need them. Look, I'm in favor of those little, the tiny homes, but you know, we got a grant to put 20 little huts out at, or 15 huts out at St. Benedict. Yet we're not out looking to help these people who live in their home. So I agree with you that it's not safe, Councilor Grego, but I don't agree that, you know, throwing them out in the street and tearing their house down is the right opportunity. We hustle and work hard for the rest of our community and people that don't have a home. People that are homeless, we're sitting here talking all night about homeless people and what we're doing for them. And don't get me wrong, I stand by what I've said, but I also believe that if we can go out and look for grants to help homeless people and build camps and move the soup kitchen. Wilma's family's probably lived in that spot for 50, 60 years at least. And I don't know the other people in the other house, but why in the hell can't we do to help people that live here, the majority of the people? And again, I know these people, and maybe there's some issues there. Maybe there's crap going on, but maybe we should send somebody over there to talk to her besides a cop. No offense to the PD or a mental health officer she doesn't know. Like I said, nobody's approached me about this. When the crap was going on with the city and the lady that owned the apartments, the first person they came to was the city councilor. But it behooved the city. You know what I mean? I had to go talk to her. We won't go down that road, but you guys had an issue with somebody, the apartments, and there was an easement issue, and we ended up having to fight over 10 feet of face of 10 feet of, Heather knows what I'm talking about, right there on Railroad. The first thing we did was send counselors over there to talk to her. Nobody's asked me to go talk to Wilma. Nobody's even said anything about it. And don't get me wrong, I know the place is decrepit. It's been since I was hanging out there when I was a kid. But we bend over backwards to help people that aren't from this community, that all these different populations that are underserved. We have underserved people that live here, that are from here. Let's help them. Let's do something to help them. You know, and I don't feel bad if you got to tell the PD they got to keep dealing with it right now, because if you're looking for a rehab program, we should have started looking for the rehab program 2 years ago when this happened. So no, it's not okay. And I agree that it's not safe, but I don't agree with tearing them down. And I'm not going to authorize money to tear these houses down. That burnt one, we should have done it a while back, but it's amazing to me that we sit here and put our agenda here and we forget about these people, then this, and you know, it's always based on what we feel. Let's keep it even. You know, we're talking about being equitable. Let's be equitable then.
There will not be any private pots of, or any pots of grant money, just to make it
No, I
clear.
got you. I
Well,
understand
but
that. At the same time too, we're not liable if she's living in a house and it falls on her head.
And that, I don't know, I'm not an attorney,
Well,
but
I'm just saying, but you know, technically, if they want to make a decision to keep living there, you know, and code enforcement has red tagged it and they go around the red tag, because there's been houses that they've done that too. And then at that point, you're gonna have to send the cop over there to get them out of their own house that's been red tagged. I don't know if that's all been done, but we should make some effort, a little more effort than just tearing it down and saying, we'll throw a lien on it, pay us back. If you can't, we're keeping your property. I think that's ridiculous.
We're gonna go to attorney, legal counsel, Attorney Sweezow.
Yeah, Counselor Carson, it's great if you want to go talk to her, and I hope you are successful in doing something. Part of the issues, though, is it's not just her safety. She has repeatedly flouted orders from the municipal judge not to string extension cords all over her property to these campers that are wired into a box on the outside of her wall. That's a fire hazard to the house, and then contagion to the neighborhood. So she's going to end up in jail because she just doesn't get it. And it's not a situation that we can let fester.
No, I got you. But again, you know, you gotta listen. And if the law's approaching you and telling you to do stuff, and the judge, of course, that's a whole other thing. That's not the same thing. That's her disobeying an order from a judge. This is you putting us in a position where we got to take money from the city to tear down someone's home and put a lien on it. And I don't like being put in that position. So I would rather go talk to her and explain to her that she's going to have her house torn down from me, somebody she knows and somebody she doesn't. I honestly would feel better about that than sending the PD out there to tear her house down or Public Works to tear her house down without me at least looking in her face and explaining this to her. Because I feel better, and I think sometimes that comes better from people that you know. Again, and this is just the way I feel personally. We sink a lot of resources into helping a lot of people. And if she goes to jail for being stubborn, that's a whole different subject. You know what I mean? It really is. So that's how I feel.
Okay, thank you, Counselor Carson. Counselor Hensley.
So
and then
I-
Counselor.
So I have
Grigol.
empathy for these people, but I will tell you, if my house was next door to a house could be catching on fire, I would have issues with that. And so if somebody's not doing that, so my question is, obviously, I have empathy for the person. Has Housing Coalition or anybody like tried to get him into an apartment? And
Yeah, and she refuses, and maybe it's a messenger question. Maybe Counselor Carson would make traction and she would be more willing to accept help from the Housing Coalition.
So, and I guess what I would see is that going forward with this, with the idea of if there's alternative ways to help, but if there's a house that she can go into or an apartment or something she can go into, then she's really not homeless.
Counselor Grigol.
Well, I don't want to stay here till 12, so I'm gonna make a motion that we go ahead and authorize funds for the Blue House to tear that down. And then give a little more time for a counselor or for somebody to look into, see how we could remedy these other ones. We're not gonna wait till somebody starts a fire or the house falls down on top of somebody. So I make the motion we authorize for the Blue House.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay. Start voting.
Counselor Daniel,
Yes.
the motion carried unanimously.
Okay,
Can I
thank you.
add something really quick?
Go ahead.
I'd like though I remember one of my new goals is having timeframes and goals. So what do we think is, I don't want this to just fester. So is 30 days a good thing to be able for you to do that?
No. Have a new goal, you know what I mean? That's not it. I want to go talk to her and see how she feels. Talk about that. I'm gonna let it fester. It's a very-
Well, if it doesn't get handled in a certain amount of time, I'm going to propose that we go ahead. So I'd like you to come back within 60 days. Thank you.
Okay. All righty. So that brings us to the next item on the agenda, committee reports. Do we have any Counselor Gray?
Mayor, I'm gonna go real fast here. I met with the Alamosa seniors. They had they're gonna have their annual membership on November 14th at 1 o'clock. They had a garage sale where they made some money. I brought some tickets here that just to sell to council. And so I know some of the council people, councilors want some stuff. So maybe they might be buy some tickets. They're having their Christmas bazaar December the 9th.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you, Counselor Grego. Appreciate it. Okay, any other committee report, Counselor Krebs?
Thank you, Mayor. I had the privilege of meeting, I think it was just last week. I'm losing sense of time at the moment, but with the Creative Art District, the brand new Creative Art District Committee. And I sat at a table with a group of very excited artists from all different walks of life, just chomping at the bit to get this up and going. And so I'm very excited to be a part of it. The very first meeting, it was more just going over the process of what this council, this committee looked like from their standpoint. And our first homework was to try to figure out what areas of the city could be potential areas for creative art, whether that be music or any kind of visual art, anything like that. So they decided to start meeting monthly for the first little bit to get the ball rolling instead of every other month. And I'm just very excited to go back to the meeting here in another couple weeks and find out what all their thoughts are. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Council Krebs. Okay, we don't have any other lights on, hands up. Committee reports, let's go to staff announcements.
Mayor, no staff announcements.
Wow, great. All right, let's see. We're on down to the next item, everybody. Local liquor licensing authority action, liquor license item. Needs and desires hearing, new application for Tarvin license, Joseph Serrano? Yes. Serrano, okay. So, who's gonna take over this part?
Sorry, I was trying to deal with more agenda items further down. I will do that, Mayor. So typically what we do for these needs and desires hearings is we will have you, Mr. Mayor, open the public hearing. And then at that public hearing, we can start off with the applicant presenting to council the nature of the business that they're proposing and the license that they're looking for, and basis for what they see as the needs and desires. Typically, the applicant would present signed petitions and other evidence of needs and desires. And then we would open the floor for anybody wishing to speak in favor of granting the license, and following that, anyone on Zoom wishing to speak in favor, and then move to anybody wishing to speak against granting the license, and then close the public hearing and take it back to council.
Okay, so at this time, we open up a public hearing for the new application for the Tarvin license, Joseph Serrano, DBA the 719. If we have anyone in the audience who would like to make any comments in regards to this hearing, please come up to the podium and do so. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, it is late. Ms. Martinez was reminding me, usually the applicant presents first. I stated open the hearing, so why don't we just have the applicant present as part of the public hearing? That'd be fine.
Okay, you go ahead, Joseph.
Do I show the petition, all that first, or?
Yeah, I think the clerk already handed it to council, so you're good with that. Do you know how many signatures are on that petition?
Yeah, 100.
100.
Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank
We'll
you,
mark
Council.
that as Exhibit A. And I'm sorry to interrupt. And then I do see that you've also brought with you, or the clerk has anyway, the notice that was posted. Is that right?
Yes.
Ms. Martinez, do you know when that was posted?
Yes, let me just double check. Oops. wrong one.
September 14th.
Yeah, he's right. Oh, well, he did pick it up and post it on September. Actually, I have that you posted on September 21st, because that's when you emailed me the picture. But he could have gotten it up and just not sent it to me, so.
Okay, and it stayed up until today,
Today.
yesterday?
Today.
Today. Okay, very good. We'll mark that as Exhibit B. And that's all the interruptions I have. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, council, for staying this late. I know it's a long, hard night for you guys. My name is Joseph Serrano. I'm applying for a liquor license for 513 State Avenue. A little bit about myself. I've been in the beverage industry for 11 years in Las Vegas, Nevada, where I worked for Station Casinos, which are considered local casinos around there. We served many local regulars who came for the service and camaraderie that we delivered. I'm also a part of the bartender local 165 union, which involved alcohol awareness classes with frequent updates for continued certifications. The unit required obtaining a sheriff's card, a health card, and I kept up to date for 11 years. The TAM card is similar to Colorado's TIP program for alcohol awareness. The health card is primarily an educational program that ensures safe practices in food and beverage handling. My background, I was raised in a small town in Beatty, Nevada, about 800 people. But I have a lot of relatives here in the San Luis Valley. I moved to Alamosa this past June for a lifestyle change and to be closer to family. My father was raised in Sanford and returned in 2022 for the beauty and quality of the life that Southern Colorado offers. The building I purchased this June from Tim Rivera, the building has a long history among locals as a bar and live music venue. I purchased it hoping to continue that legacy. The location is excellent with well-lit parking nearby, excellent eateries and shops within walking distance. I will offer an outstanding customer service experience to downtown visitors. My father has 30+ years experience in construction and is now retired and committed to help renovate and set up this business. I chose the business name, the 719, which represents the area code for Southern and Central Colorado. The San Luis Valley is a destination for many people in the broad area, and we hope to gain their loyalty as they travel to area attractions. I want to be a part of a community with plans to support all venues in the downtown area, plans to provide loyalty programs that include all members of the community, cross-marketing with Visit Alamosa and promote events. Using social media to expand Alamosa's base to tourists passing through. Joint advertising and participation in First Friday and other important events. I plan on working with the Ruby Slipper on a limited carryout menu. Operating hours, we plan on being open from 11 a.m. to midnight daily. We will provide craft cocktails, mocktails, and weekly specials. Local beer and wine, gourmet hot dogs, specialty baked potatoes, and nachos. I will provide a safe, clean, attractive, and comfortable environment. A place to join old friends and meet new friends. Watch sporting events, a stage for live entertainment, trivia nights, theme nights, karaoke, pool tables, cornhole, community events, and open mic nights for locals to showcase their talent. As far as safety, I take pride in ensuring the safe enjoyment of cocktails while socializing in public. I understand the necessity of enforcing a 21 and over policy for alcohol consumption. I watch my guests continuously to ensure a peaceful atmosphere and will not hesitate to stop any disruptions before they escalate. I plan to require staff certified training and tips program of Colorado to ensure the safety of our guests and residents of Alamosa. Also, I just want to give thanks to the people who helped me along the way and to get me here where I am. Morgan from Bang Shot's been real supportive. Pamela from the Ruby Slipper, Kathy Woods, the young professionals of Alamosa, Eddie Valdez and his family, and everybody else from the golf course, which I work at. Holly Martinez, and my father and my girlfriend and his wife. Residents of Alamosa who have opened their arms and made me feel like family and a part of this wonderful community. Alamosa wants and needs my building to be occupied and running. And then I just kind of got a little PowerPoint to show what I plan on putting inside there. If you could put that up.
Just glad I'm not the only one struggling with the lateness of the hour.
Yeah. So there we have tables and a brand new bar that I hope to build and make it brand new in there. You just flip right through it. That would be the front of my building. That's all I got for you guys. Thank you.
That's good.
Did you say that's all you got?
Yeah, that's all I got.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So if you want to go ahead and have a seat, and then we'll open up for a public hearing. And then we'll come back to council, okay? All right, so at this time, I open up the public hearing. For a new application for Joseph Serrano, DBA the 719. Please come up to the podium if you have any comments. State your name and make your comments.
Hello, council. My name's Eddie Valdez, and I'm here to speak in favor of Mr. Serrano. He has been employed with us at Knee Knockers Bar and Grill this summer. Has done a phenomenal job in taking care of our customers and in implementing the tips program and the processes involved in that. We don't want to lose him. We love him. We truly do. But our goal there is to just be a stepping stone for this young man. When he came to work for us, he kind of kept this under wraps, and he was a little unsure as to whether he wanted to share his design with us. But once he got a little more comfortable with, he did share what he had in mind here in Alamosa. I spent a lot of time in that facility as a young man. It was one of my favorite places to visit. Honestly, there's Counselor Grego can vouch for that. Sometimes I behaved, sometimes I didn't. But I really enjoyed my time in there, and I just, being an Alamosa native, born and raised here, I would love to see that become a vibrant asset to the community again. I love his plans. I love his ideas. I love his enthusiasm, and I can vouch for his character and his person. He's a quality young man, and I think he's a great asset to the community of Alamosa. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the audience who would like to come up? Please do so.
Sarah Dixon. I don't know this young man, and putting his nervousness aside, I'm impressed with what I heard and what I saw. Not as much as Eddie, but spent a lot of time in Greco's, played in bands, sang there. I hate driving by that building and seeing it empty. I would love to see that be a place that you're teaming up with Pam is like the best thing that you can do, is having her in your back pocket. I think that just what I'm hearing from you, I think this would be a wonderful thing. It would be great for Alamosa. Our downtown suck best. It's getting better, but I think this would be an asset to our community. I'd love to start seeing some more stuff going down State Street and livening, the south side of our town up. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Do we have anyone else in the audience who would like to make any comments? If so, please feel free to come up to the podium. Going once, going twice before we go to Zoom. All right, we're going to Zoom. Do we have anyone on Zoom who would like to make any comments in regards to this public hearing? Ms. Martinez, can you please share with them how to raise their hands?
Yes, sir. If you're on the Zoom app and you want to speak on this, you'll use the raise hand feature in the bottom of your screen. And if you're on a telephone, you'll dial *9. I don't see any hands being raised, Mayor.
I don't see any either, Ms. Martinez, so we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, bring it back to council for comments and our motion. We'll start off with Counselor Hensley, then Cribbs, then Carson, then Griego, then Vigil, Then Daniel, all you're gonna get to talk. Okay, go ahead.
All right, Joseph, I thought you did a fantastic presentation, very impressed. I love the pictures that you added to this. Obviously great signatures. I like how you covered all the areas, obviously the safety, the tips, all of that. I have a lot of background in the restaurant and bar business. And so I've been there when Counselor Grego had it. But we need this, and I'm super excited, just like we've already heard, is that place has been empty for way too long. And I love how it looks like you're gonna brighten it up and things like that. So I'm looking forward to being one of your customers.
Thank you, Counselor Krebs.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, first of all, thank you for a great presentation. Thank everyone who spoke on his behalf, all of you for your patience on it is a late night, and even knowing that we still have to give it the proper attention that it deserves, but I think you did a great job. It was very well presented. You covered all the bases of it, and you're renovating a space that has a history that you're gonna just polish it up and you're just gonna keep going with that history. So thank you again.
Thank you. Carson Vigil Griego.
Thanks for sticking it out until late night. Good that I'm going down the middle because I'm a killjoy when it comes to alcohol. I don't like alcohol. I don't like bars. I don't think we need another bar. I do think putting something in that spot's a good idea. I owned a bar. My advice is run away, but I'm just kidding. I mean, I'm not kidding, but it's tough. I think you'll do good. My advice is create like a Dave and Buster's type environment. You know what I mean? That's what the town needs. Another place to go get sauced. We don't need that. But something like that would really work. I'll be honest with you. I'll probably vote no. I don't want another bar in town. I don't think it's necessary. I think we got a lot of stuff going on, but I do hate seeing that building empty. I agree with them. I think it's a great spot. There's going to be a big future there. And I think if you make the right play and if you start seeing stuff go south, the last bar that we put up the block on State was a disaster. So if you start seeing things go south, shift your model. You know what I mean? They're not bound. If you're the owner, you can shift. Your designs are awesome. They're beautiful. The interior is great. I would say give it more of a game feel, an adult game feel. I think you'll get a way bigger following, a way bigger customer base than just a bar. If you create just a bar there in that spot, you're just going to create headaches for yourself. Create a place where people that want to go start crap aren't going to want to go. You know what I mean? Create something like that, kind of like a Dave and Buster's feel. I don't mean to do any kind of copyright infringement or anything like that, but that's my advice. I think you'll do good. You're driven, your presentation's great. You covered everything you needed to, so good job. It makes me proud to see young people like you in our community and wanting to do good and do, create businesses and be entrepreneurs. So don't get offended if I vote no. I may abstain, but I think you'll do good. I think it's a good spot. If you start seeing things go south or get weird, shift a little bit. You know what I mean? Don't give the spot up. There's a big future there. Yeah. And having the support of the businesses around you lift you up. So I think you'll do great. And I wish you good luck. And I will go in there and eat some nachos and stuff. I do want to see a good, cool place down there, but just another bar. You know what I mean? Good luck.
Mayor, let me briefly interrupt. Ms. Martinez pointed out there was a comment in the chat saying that we didn't allow comments for those opposed, and we didn't really make a distinction when you were asking for comments. So there may indeed be someone who wishes to speak in opposition, and I would ask that just briefly reopen the public hearing for that. That was a comment from Daryl Cooper, who often does speak in opposition to liquor licenses.
Okay, I thought I gave clear instruction of how to raise your hand and how to bring up any comments at the time, but apparently I'm not that clear. So we're gonna go ahead and let those who are opposed to raise your hand, please, and make your comments to be recognized.
And is this for in-person people or Zoom participants?
I'm gonna open it up for both.
Okay.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and we'll go to Zoom first and then we'll come back here. If you're on Zoom and you want to be recognized to oppose or you want to be for it, raise your hand by clicking on the raise your hand feature so we can be recognized. The person who made that comment, please raise your hand so you could be recognized.
And I would assume if he doesn't raise his hand, he doesn't really want to speak, so, which is fine.
Okay. All right, so we'll bring it back to, again, anybody opposed or for it, please come up to the podium. Okay, we're good. All right, now, can I finish with, thank you, Counselor Behill.
Just real quick, Mr. Serrano, great presentation, one of the best I've ever seen up here. I'll be voting yes for this and wish you much success.
Okay. Counselor Griego, then Counselor Daniel.
Thank you, Mayor. I was about his age when I started Greco's. I just got out of the military. And we took over a bar that was pretty tough, you know, and we cleaned it up. And for 30 years, we stayed there 30 years and it was a great bar. We met a lot of people and stuff. After that, once we sold it, the people that took over, they went in the wrong direction. I've had an opportunity to visit with Mr. Serrano and his parents and stuff. They're good people. And when he showed me that drawing, he went in there, he wants to change it around and stuff. When he showed me that drawing, that is really a great deal that you guys are gonna, I'm sure your dad's gonna be able to build that. But I, you know, in just visiting with this gentleman, how positive he is and his background already in the alcohol business. I know, Carson, we don't need another bar, but that building there it's always been a tavern. For the guy prior to me had it, I think 30 years, you know? So you know, it's just so impressive. And you just saw his presentation. You know, we've gone through a lot of liquor presentations and this is one of the greatest where you touched on every area. So I just, you know, I wish you the best, you know, and whatever we can help you as a council too, you know. There's a lot of programs there too, you know, the front where you want to do something in the front and stuff. So I think he'll do a great job. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor Griego. Counselor Daniel.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say thank you, Mr. Serrano. I feel like you did a really thorough presentation. I appreciated you coming prepared to council. It sounds like you've done wonderful at knee knockers with ensuring that the TIPS program is being followed and this is how you do it. And your experience prior in Nevada at the Stations Casino sounds amazing and helpful. I stress it every time, as does I think several other members of council, but like the safety of our patrons, the safety of our community, ensuring that appropriate carding and IDing and things like that is happening is very important to me for the safety, because we actually have quite a few bars and liquor establishments in our community. And that doesn't mean I don't want to give someone else a chance, right? But it is something that means I expect a lot from those people who are choosing to serve alcohol that can get out of hand if it's not monitored and managed appropriately. It does sound like you have the skills to be able to do that, and I appreciate that, and training your staff to do the things that need to be done. I do think that it is an iconic building. I think there's been so many things in there, and you bringing life back into it, and that part of downtown is also really important. So I just want to say thank you for your presentation, and really will hold you to the standard you said you would uphold with the TIPS training and not serving underage folks, and ensuring that you're monitoring the situation to ensure it is a safe place for people to go. So thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Daniel. Counselor.
No, go ahead if you want to make some comments.
Okay, I was just gonna make one brief comment. You really gave a top-notch presentation. Really like the extra mile you went with the PowerPoint presentation, very classy. I have no doubt if you run your restaurant and your bar like you gave your presentation, the way you presented yourself in a business-like manner, you're gonna be extremely successful. So I wish you the best. Okay, Counselor Griego.
With that, I'll go ahead and make the motion that we accept the application for Joseph Serrano, DAB, the 719.
I'll second.
We have a motion, a second. Any further discussion?
And I should say approve the application, not accept it, approve it. I saw the counselor already looking at, making a comment.
Sorry, I'm looking up abstentions since Counselor Carson indicated he might abstain, and I know that's not consistent with your policy, but he may not abstain, so. Your
Can you-
motion is perfect.
Okay,
About the findings?
Call the vote.
About the what?
start the vote.
No, what did he say? Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Okay, Counselor,
Counselor Daniel,
Yes.
um, the motion carried 6-1
okay,
with Counselor Carson casting the no vote.
okay, thank you. Good luck. All right, you're welcome. All right, that brings us to the next item on the agenda. Council comments. I recognize the lights. Counselor, any lights? Counselor Daniel, any hand? Nope. All right, I'll make it real quick. I just want to really thank council and I want to thank the entire staff for the way you all carried yourself tonight, like professionals in a tough situation and a tough environment. I really respect that, and that means a lot because our community members, they see too many dysfunctional elected officials every day on TV, and we need to always carry ourselves at a higher level, and I appreciate each and every one of you doing that tonight. So,
Mayor,
yes.
I wanted to make one
Sure.
comment real fast. This next Saturday, November the 11th is Veterans Day. We're having our parade downtown and I invite you guys to come down and celebrate Veterans Day with us. If you hear of anybody that wants to participate, all they have to do is show up there, right there by Nino's about maybe 9:30, 10, and I'll be back there setting it up. But this is a great day and it falls on a Saturday, so I'm inviting everybody to come
What
down.
time does the actual parade start?
The actual parade will start at 10:55.
10:55.
We march down to the middle of Main Street and we do our ceremonies. And then from there, so,
Okay, all right, 10:55 this Saturday. Thank you, Councilor Grego.
Thank you, guys.
You're welcome. Okay, somebody want to entertain a motion to go into executive session?
Mayor, I move that we go into executive session pursuant to CRS 24.
Before you do that, I have, that executive session involves our opioid counsel. And he may well have gone to bed by now. I have actually been sending him emails and I haven't gotten any response back. I would rather entertain a motion to reschedule that. There's no time crunch until early next year. So I'd rather reschedule that if we could.
So with that, Mayor, I move that we bump this executive session to January.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? Okay, if not, let's please start voting.
Counselor Daniel,
Yes.
the motion carried unanimously.
You could do that.
I was gonna vote no.
Did he adjourn the meeting?
Oh, no.
7:30 at night.
Oh, yeah. Right.
Should we be
We
getting
wouldn't,
vital information?
we wouldn't accomplish anything.
Yeah, we should be getting vital.
Did you adjourn?
Yeah, you did. I thought you did.
Thought I did too, but I don't think I did. Okay. Yeah, this meeting is adjourned.